So let's get started on this dinosaur. The first thing we're going to do is that we're going to go up and we're going to set a project. If you are new to Maya, there is a project window here. So what you do is simply that you go here, you click new, then you name your project, whatever of your choice, and then you simply go accept. And when you've done this, Maya will create a new project folder for you. So I have already created a project for this, so I'm simply going to go to set project, and you see this will open up my Maya projects folder, and I have one here that is called SimplyMaya Dinosaur. So I'm going to include this one because it will have theme files and reference images, so it will be included with this tutorial. So we will set that, and then we will bring in the image plates. So we will use a front image here. And you see now it's opened up in SimplyMaya Dinosaur source images, which is where it goes to look. So we'll just double click this one and we'll do the same thing here. And here we will pick the side image, and then they're not entirely straight, so we're just W to move, and we'll just straighten this guy up ever so slightly, and this guy too, like so. And also I'm going to turn off the grid here and here. And we don't really want these visible in the viewport here, so I'm going to push Ctrl A to bring up the attribute editor. And you can see here, you can have the option now to display looking through camera. And you can see it disappeared here from the perspective view, so now it's only displaying here. And we will do the same with the front image plane. And you have a setting here just in case you need to turn your image plane down or something. You control the visibility through the alpha gain here. So that's that for image plates. Let's get modeling. So we're going to create a cube and just check that you have interactive creation here turned off. That way the cube will be created automatically and you won't have to drag it out on the grid. And we're going to do this in the side view. So let's see, we want some divisions for this. So Control A to go to the channel box, and here where we have the subdivisions height, we're going to set that to 5, and we will press R to scale this up ever so slightly, like so, and we'll just move this down here. And now we'll just start pulling the vertices around. And just before we do that, because we're going to be working on half the model, so we're going to split this thing and then we will duplicate it over so we're not building the model twice. So what we will do is that we will create a edge ring here. So let's go to mesh tools, and here you have the modeling toolkit. This is present in 2015 and 2016. If you're on an older version of Maya, you will find these tools or corresponding tools in Edit Mesh and Mesh. So what we're going to use is the multi-cut tool. This is the split polygon tool or interactive split tool in older versions. And if you just hold down Control and slide it along here, you'll see it will do a full loop, full edge loop, and just push that down. And then Q to drop the tool. If you're in 2015, it's Shift Q. We change that now, and right click, go to face mode, select these faces, and then just hit delete on the keyboard. And just to make sure that this is straight, right click, vertex mode, select these vertices here, and then we'll just go up here, and you see in the x-axis, if you type in 0, you will get these aligned at the very center. So this is very useful, especially when we get some more geometry later on. So with that said, we will continue. So right click, let's go to object mode. Let's just move this ever so slightly, W, and you've got all these tools in the toolbox here. I'm just cool, like so, and right click, go to vertex, and let's start moving things around. We're just gonna rough out the shape of this dinosaur quickly, or hopefully it will be quickly. I tend to be a bit slow. Here we go. And something like this. We're going to build the basic body shape here, and then we're going to be extruding out the leg from this area here. So if you want to switch, just 4 to go into wireframe and 5 to switch into shaded mode. So something like that will do. And let's just middle spacebar, and we'll go in here and we will select the space here, and we're going to extrude that backwards. So let's center that extrusion, and we will spacebar to maximize that, and just straighten these vertices up like so, and something roughly like so. Okay, and G to repeat last command, and we're going to do that again. Just keep them, sort of just keeping them roughly in the cubical shape. Q, G, oi, whoops. Yeah, Q and G again. Gotta be careful, before you know it, you're extruding a triple dinosaur. And here we go. And so we're going to move this around, so don't worry too much. I'm just gonna try and, so we don't get such a flat tip of the tail here. See, Q to drop that extrusion, and let's just go into edge mode and double click that edge, and we're going to do the same thing there. Cool, like so. Perfect. And now we're going to add some more divisions here. So we're gonna use the multi-cut tool again. And we'll just hold down Control and put one in the center and one each side, just like so. And we will also extrude the head up here just to get some geometry in place. So let's go into the perspective view, right click, face, select these guys, shift and Control to deselect that, and shift right click for extrude face, or you can click here in the modeling toolkit, and we will go up, and we're going to add a small neck here. Just, I know we're going to need a division here. Q and G again, and we'll go up to the muzzle here, and Q and back into perspective. What we're going to do is that we're going to just extrude these two. You can see where we have the, if we look at the wireframe here, you can see this is sort of where the mouth ends. So we're going to put this as our upper. So we'll pull this one up to roughly there. Q, and once more. And he's got this very extreme eye area here, so this is actually his eyebrow. So I think the head shape that we will build will go here somewhere, and then from there we will extrude out the eyebrow. So Q, and let's go here and let us see. Let's now pull out the muscle from this face. So G to extrude again, and we're gonna pull that straight out to there roughly. Q. Can't find anything while recording, it's a common problem. G, and extrude roughly to there, and we're just going to lift this up a bit, so when we pick vertices inside the mouth it's not going to be so crowded. Q, and we will deselect this one, Control and G to extrude again, putting this one there, and then we're just going to move these around ever so slightly just to get a bit more of a shape that might actually look like a cartoon dinosaur. We'll just follow the upper lid here. Yeah, roughly like so for now. And if we go spacebar, and you can see we now have something that looks roughly like a floating duck. Yeah, so it doesn't need to look exactly the same, but roughly that's what you want. So with that, I think we're just gonna finish this part here, make it a short part, and in the next part we'll continue to round out the mesh, and also we're gonna be extruding this leg here. And so just I'm gonna go and just save this here, so it will save into the project folder. I'm gonna call it Burt Part 2, and we will start on that in the next part. So thanks for watching, and I hope to see you soon. Bye. So welcome back. In this part we're going to look at how to cut out the area for the thigh here, and we're also going to start rounding the mesh out a bit so we don't just have this flat thing here. So at first here we're going to go to vertex mode, and we're going to start pulling around a few bits here just to see sort of what will make up this area here. And it's going to look really messy at first here, so but fear not, we will fix it, because we want to keep this sort of base mesh very, very tidy, and then that will allow us to add resolution without running into any serious problems along the way. So we will do that, and what we're going to do is that we're going to add some thickness to this mesh. So we're going to start moving out these vertices we can see here, and in order to be able to do this, if we turn on X-ray here, you can see that this image plane here is actually, even though it's not visible in the viewport, it's actually located very far to the front, which means that actually we're going to turn on wireframe on shaded, because that will illustrate my point. We can't actually see the back of the tail here because it's blocked by the image plane, and this can be an advantage sometimes, but right now it's not. So we're going to grab this image plane and we're going to move it backwards, and you can see now how the mesh is becoming visible. So now we have the whole thing, and we're going to do the same thing here on the side view, just so that we don't have anything that's blocked, because that could cause some problems later. Okay, so with that done, let's take the multi-cut tool here, which you can again find here in the modeling toolkit, and Control, and we will just cut in the center here. So this will give us some more resolution and allow us to round out the mesh a bit better. I think we will also cut in a loop here at the center of the arm, sort of roughly here, just to have some divisions here because it's very flat at the moment. So Q to drop that, and let's go into vertex mode, and let's just start to move this out along this line here, and just keeping an eye on this mesh, making sure that we're not Control to deselect that center one. Yeah, just making sure that we're not selecting anything back at the tail, because that could end up being very messy, and we do not want that. Wait, like so. And Here is sort of the leg bits coming along, moving outwards. We want all of this. Basically, you can probably see where I'm heading here, but what we're trying to do is just to get this sort of area here to line up here, and then we are going to extrude this out for this thigh, and then we're going to move down for the full leg. So again, just keep checking so it's not unnecessarily messy there. And if you press the 3 key, you'll get a smooth wireframe, and it is a bit helpful in seeing what's going on here a bit better. And yeah, this is gonna have to come up. Wait. And the thing is, we're paying a lot of attention to this base mesh because it's simply a question of if everything is right here, the rest will just go very smoothly. Whereas if we have problems in the base, it will just be difficult to get what we want later. So we're spending the time now rather than later. Okay, so let's take a look at that. That might have been a little bit extreme. You should always watch it when you're moving around on a smooth cage, because it doesn't always quite look the way you expect it to. But this is fine. Okay, so without further ado, let's just check how it looks in profile here. And we have it fairly round, and that should be good enough. So we're going to go to face mode, and we are going to just make this extrusion. So don't worry, it's going to be okay. This one is also coming. So we will go extrude face, and we're going to center this extrusion and just pull it along here. And we're gonna scale the vertices so they are aligned, and you can see here now how this is coming out. So Q, and let's go to vertex mode and make some adjustments. Going down here. Okay. I want this to be sort of further in here, because this is where the leg will go down. Okay, good. Okay, so one on the keyboard, and let's go and select these faces, and we're gonna make another extrusion again here. So let's center that, and out we go, like there. We will scale it, and let's jump in. Whoops, I meant to zoom there. Let's jump in and tweak these vertices here. So W. Okay, you know, just roughly getting it to line up with the outer shape of the leg here, something like this. And we will take a look at this topology here, because it is quite awful at the moment. So we're gonna get rid of these edges here first off, because it's just going to be easier to put in new edges than to reroute these. So we want to make sure that we're keeping quads here, or four-sided polygons all the time. And the reason for this is that for once, the modeling tools actually will not work on a mesh if you don't have quads. They won't cut and you'll have unpredicted results, so it makes the workflow quite difficult. And also in terms of character modeling, when you have surfaces that deform, you simply want as many even-spaced quads as possible, because it will give you predictable results, whereas if you have n-gons and tris and things like this in your mesh, it might not deform as well as you'd expect. Nor do you want these kind of long faces, which, you know, we're going to take care of course, because they can also cause you problems. So what we will do now is we will take the multi-cut tool and we will cut our way back to some quads here. So we'll go from there to there, yeah. No, we will not. We will go from here and then we'll go all the way down. Just clicking the edges and hit enter. And we'll do the same thing for this one. Make sure you click on the edges, because if you click between the edges, you might accidentally insert a vertex, which is not a problem. You can just delete the vertex, but you should be aware of it. So, and we will go across here now, because if you have sort of floating vertices, you will get what we call n-gons, or n-sided polygons. It's polygons who are not quads or tris, so they have 5 or more edges going around. So talk less and model more in my case, because I'm not very good at multitasking. So cue to drop that tool, and we're just going to go in and try and get everything to be a bit more even before we continue the extrusion. Basically, if you keep your mesh tidy all the time, you do yourself a great service, because you're not going to have so many problems further down the line. Whereas if you let things get chaotic early, you quickly run into trouble. And also you want to work sort of big to small, so you want to gradually add resolution and make sure you've got your mesh as rounded as you can before you start to put in more edges and these things. So here we are. You can just see I'm just trying to follow the shape here and get a sort of round and this whole thing will come across here. These will move in, and let's just sort out what is where here. So this is, like I said, this is maybe a little bit tedious to go through, but if you skip this process, you will run into problems down the line. So just keep going around and if your mesh doesn't look exactly the same as mine, they rarely do, because every mesh is unique. So don't worry about it. Just worry about getting your edges roughly where we want them. And you know, maybe you want to make some slight changes. The wider this leg, I want to say that the more extreme it is, the more difficult to model. So This is actually the trickiest part of this model. This and also the eye, because these sort of anime style characters often have these extremely expressive big eyes and eyebrows, and they can take a fair bit of pushing and pulling to get the right shape around. So okay, there we have some spider tangle coming along. I will take this time also to start rounding out the mesh in general here. Wait. Boom. We're going to add some more edges here in a minute. But for now, I think we are almost ready to start moving down. Let's grab those together. And then once we've extruded the whole leg, we can start to look at this. Let's go into X-ray mode instead, because then we can sort of see which edges are on top of what. Okay. Can see here. Can see we'll go around this tail after we finish with the leg here. So it's basically a big puzzle game is what it is. First you get all your edges in the right place, and then once you've got them there, you can move on to the pure sculpting. At that point, it's just a question of pulling out the perfect shape. So that should do for all intents and purposes right now. We should have roughly that. Yes, and let's take a look here in the perspective view and see. Okay, yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so the lower leg, we will pick these. Shift, hold down Shift, and we will select those. And yeah, wait, let's just move this in here. It's not really looking very tidy at all. You should always tuck these things in when you catch them. Like so. And we'll push all of these up together. W, and push them in, and that will make for the leg. Okay, now we're ready to extrude the leg. Sorry about that. And let's go into the front view here and Shift right click and extrude face. So let us center this one and let's grab these vertices and straighten them a bit, and also we're gonna scale them and shove them over here ever so slightly. And let's look at this in the side view as well. You see it's a bit tricky with this leg because he barely has He barely has a leg. He's basically going from hip down to the ankle. So we will leave one edge here, and maybe not so extreme. We need some angle on that. Okay, so G to extrude again, and let's see. Oops, we dropped that one, and there we go. And you see this one's just going to move backwards, and it's going to look a bit nasty for now, but it will be fine. This is where the heel will be, and yeah, looks fine there. Cool. And once again, and now just go straight down to here. Yeah, and there we are. And let's just scale these vertices so they're all straight, and there we go. And that is our very crude leg. So, and there's a warning there that we can just ignore. It's just a warning for the extrusion, so it's not going to affect the geometry of the model. So we select these front. We're going to pull out the foot as well. So just pull that straight. And this foot is also a bit extreme. It's going to give him a bit of an arch, so we're going to pull it to the right here, roughly here. And also we can start to pull it up a bit. You can see it's got a pretty dramatic bend here. So something like that will do for now. So this is really, if you look at him from the front here, this is really going to aid his character, because he's going to have arched feet. So once we mirror him over, the opposing foot will look completely different, which will really add to his character. Because once he's animated, he's going to sort of be flapping his feet a bit. Since his leg is very short, he's going to be a bit like a bunny hopping along more. If you've seen Thumper in Bambi, he will definitely be referenced on something like this. So that should be quite funny. So let's see. We're gonna just do some final tweaks here. I'm gonna go to vertex, and we're gonna pull these over a little bit. Just making some space here. You will see in a minute. You can see this here, because as this leg area here will deform, we will need more loops here to allow for that. So we are going to insert another edge loop, which we are going to put here. So again, multi-cut tool and control, and let's just roughly, it doesn't need to be exact. This is an organic model, it's not a hard surface model, so it's a, and if you look now, it's quite perfect, because he's going to have 3 toes. So this is where we're going to extrude the toes from in one of the next parts. So it's good when you sort of plan a bit with the loops, so you know where you're gonna get your next geometry from. You should always be a step ahead, always thinking about what's coming up next. So let's see. I think what we're gonna do, not to make these parts too long, is that we're probably just gonna close this off here, and when we come back, we will actually shape this up properly around the tail, and maybe add some more loops here to sort of get the correct topology. You see these faces here are too big at the moment, and then we're going to pull out the arm and continue upwards onto the head. So that was the worst part. So if you have something now that sort of resembles this, you should be okay. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the Welcome back. So continuing on from where we left off in the last part, we're gonna just look at the leg here and do some retopologizing, and from there we will extrude the arm and then we will round out the mesh. So hopefully we will finish the main bulk of the body in this part. So first off, I'm just going to change the color of the screen. If you just hit Alt B, it will just circulate colors. I think this will be a bit easier to see than just light gray on gray. So with that said, let us go up and grab the modeling toolkit, and we're going to start this by cutting out some triangles here. No, not the ridge tool, multi-cut tool. So we'll just go in here. You can see we've got these large big faces here, so we want to get rid of this, so we'll just split that down there, and we're going to do the same thing here. Let's move this up a little bit, like so. Good. And you can see the way it looks now, the leg looks sort of just like it's been shoved onto the body, and what we're trying to do is that we're trying to create a ring of faces that will go around here that will make for a smooth transition, so that when this is animated, because this leg is so extreme, it will need to sort of deform nicely into the mesh, so we need it to flow here. So what we are going to do now is that we're just going to cut some faces here, because we have two tries now, so we want to get rid of these. And let's see, let me just, yeah, we'll start with that. And if we go to edge mode, and we're just going to select that guy and we'll get rid of him, and you can see we've got a full face coming on here now. And then we're going to take this one here and we're going to continue splitting it down. And what we'll do is we're going to take this here and we're going to cut it in like so. And we're just going to terminate this here, because if you remember, I said in the last part that we're going to extrude 3 toes here, so we don't really want to run any more loops down the foot now. There will be plenty of places to park this later. So let's select this edge and we will delete this one as well. And you can see now we've got our quads coming down here, and we have this try left here. So again, with the multi-cut tool, we're just going to run one more loop around here, and you can see this will encircle the leg quite nicely. Coming around here. And let's see, well, we'll do this for now. We'll probably move this. We're gonna need a lot of splits in this area here anyway. Roughly like so. And also we will just turn this into a quad. So shift to snap that to the center, and like so. And we will go to vertex mode and just move this out so we can see it. And yeah, we might just run this loop all the way back and then run this down here later. But for now we will leave that there. So it's a bit neater. And again, into edge mode, let's get rid of this edge, and yeah, that does that. And then we can just start, moving some stuff in here. It will allow us to round out the body a lot better too, like so. So we'll continue with this in a minute, but for now we're just going to go and take a look at the arm here. So first off, one thing we should do is that we should probably put another edge in here. Let's see, so let's just go here, and we're going to slide this over just ever so slightly. So just shift right click, and here you have the slide edge tool, and if you just drag with the middle mouse button, you can, just a tad like so, and then just Q to drop the tool. And again we will use the multi-cut tool and Control, and just put another loop here. This will just allow us to, you can see this is completely straight at the moment. So let us take a look at in the side view what we have here, because this is where our arm will be. So let us move some things along here before we put in a loop. Let's see, I'm just going to R to scale, and we're just going to straighten that so it's straight, and W to move it along. And then we're just going to pull these in here so we get some place to attach these edges that we're going to put in here now. Just move this along ever so slightly. It's just better to cut out the arm now before we get to too many things going on. So I'm gonna take this too, and I'm gonna move this down, and yeah, let's straighten that out a bit too. And we will put in 2 more edge loops. We'll put in 1. Let's see. So if you would be on an older version of Maya, you've probably figured that out by now, but let's put it a little bit further down. The multi-cut tool in Control is simply the same as the insert edge loop tool, which is still available in the still available through the marking menus. You actually need to be in object mode, but just shift right click and you have the insert edge loop tool there. So what we will do now is that we will just take the multi-cut tool and we will cut in this basic hole here for the arm, and just hold, whoops, enter, and enter, and yeah, just holding down shift to snap it there, and there we go. And we will just go to vertex mode, and I will just move these around, just get a bit more of a round shape to it before we extrude the arm out here. So, and the reason we're doing this now is just simply because it's gonna get quite busy in this area here in a little while, so it's nice if we've just got everything in place before we start sort of sculpting and evening everything around, so you don't have to be constantly moving the same points, sort of pushing them back and then pulling them back again 2 minutes later. And so let us take this down a little bit like there, and I'm going to insert another loop that will go around here. I think this will do for now. So multi-cut tool and hit Control, and yeah, just put that around there. So just going around and just rounding this out a little bit more before we pull the arm out here. So something like this should be okay. Yeah, so let us select these faces here, shift, and let's just do a quick spin around to check we haven't selected anything else. No, that's good. So here in the side view we are going to let's just pull that ever so slightly up before we extrude it, and maybe, yeah, okay, and there we go. And let's center this extrusion, and we're just sort of crudely doing this now. We're going to add more loops here later, and the thing with this guy is that he's not really going to have a shoulder like a human, because then we'd need to build this a lot more need to build a lot more rigid and up, otherwise it would collapse when we came to rig it. But in his case we want more of a sort of straight little arm. It's a cartoony style, so it's cool. We're just going to leave one loop there for just so we know roughly where the elbow will be, and also we will start to scale this here and move it down a little bit like so. Maybe let's take a look at that in perspective. It's a bit big for now, but we're changing this. So Q and G again, and we're just going to extrude out to the wrist. There we go, and yeah. Yeah, that will do for now for our arm. Yeah, I can see it's sort of collapsing in now because this whole area is going to come out in a minute when we go to round out the mesh. So with that fixed, we are sort of ready to start fixing. You can see the tail is like a square box, so let's move on to that. So let's get on with the tail here. Let's just see, because when we extrude it here we have all these back faces, so let's get rid of these. Just shift select and just go around and select these. It's one of those things you might easily forget, and then they will be causing you a problem. Hit delete on the keyboard, and these ones here. Also, it gets more difficult to move stuff around when you've got back faces here. So just spin around and check that we haven't accidentally selected anything else. No. So delete those. And now the easiest way to move this tail around should probably be in the top view. I just want to start by pulling these things here out a bit, because we have no shape whatsoever at the moment. And it's a bit of a stylistic choice here as well. Oops. How wide you want him to be, because you might want a rounder tail, or you might want a flatter one. Let's see. I think he will look very funny when he's sort of thumping along with his big feet, dragging his tail along behind him. And you can see now we don't really have a lot of resolution here. We're going to put a lot more edge loops in. So let's look at this in the top view, and let's see how we're going to shove this along. I think it will be actually very good, before we do this, if we just make sure that all our vertices are on the actual origin. So let's do this, and we will go to yes, we will go Control and right click and go to vertices, and we will select that, and again we will hit 0 here, and you see that will shoot our tail into the right place, so we're not trying to push things. That's better. Okay, so let's just start to move this along here. all of this is definitely going here. We're going to pull this out for a bit of a tip later, so it's not going to be flat like this. But for now we just want some basic shape going on here. Let's see this inner one. Sorry, this will be a bit of a boring end to this part. It's a necessary evil though, because if we move around and just get these basic shapes in here, it will be much easier as we move along. So yeah, let's see, let's move this out here as well. Let's just check that in the perspective. Yeah. We obviously want some sort of V-shaped thing here. So I quite like when his shape is a bit flatter. I think it's looks better than a completely round tail. I think it will drag along better as well. So let's go look at the bottom side here. See if we can get a bottom view of him. If you hold down the space bar and right click, it should give us a bottom view. Great. It's just not widening too much here. Yeah, just keep going along like so, and yeah, that will do for now. I might move this around a bit more between parts. I think you get how to shape him up. So there we go. Back in perspective view, just taking a look at this, and if we press the 3 key, yeah, he's got some beginning shape. Yeah, he's going to need a bit more rounding out here, but that's good enough for now. So if we take a look around him at the moment, this is what he looks like. You can see, just like we did with the tail here, we're going to need to come in here and just round out this leg. If you look in the front view, can see here the shape will need to be tweaked like so, and also this front here is looking very square at the moment, so let's just take a quick look here at what we can do about that before we go for a small pause. We're gonna actually put one more loop in here at the center, so let's just see what that will do on the underside here. Yeah. Okay, and you can see it will actually spin around there where we put these quads. So let's just put this in like so. Q, and let's go into edge mode, and let's select this loop, and let's hit Control, and we're just gonna deselect all this that went up here, and we will get rid of the rest of this here. Just Shift and delete edge, and let us take a look at just how to fix this, and then we're gonna, so let's think about where we want to place that. Maybe we will actually, yeah, I think we'll put one more loop around the tail, and that will then, yeah, we're gonna need more loops coming up the back here, which will allow us to slide this. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna do this. We are going to use the multi-cut tool, and we are gonna press Control here, and let us see where that will actually, it shouldn't go all the way around. Yeah, it will go up to here. Perfect. And where does that actually terminate? It terminates up here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Good. That's fine. Up in the head. And we will join these like this, and Q, and let's just get rid of this edge here, and again with the multi-cut tool, and we're just gonna join it in the way we had it, before, which means that we will terminate this loop here like so, and this loop here will go, we'll do this for now, and just put that like this, and let's go have a look at this in vertex mode, just to see that I have quads here, and yeah, they're not excellently shaped, but this is fine for now. And this is also in an area that's not visible, but it's we're going to move things, and there's going to be plenty of opportunities to make something else out of this. So I just wanted to get that loop out in there. So with that, we're gonna conclude this part, and you can see here in between parts what I'm gonna do is just that I'm gonna try and round out the body and get evenly spaced faces here, and also here at the back. You can see we need, this is a very sharp edge here at the moment, so just go around between parts and round this out, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. So welcome back. I said I was going to do some sculpting between parts, but we're actually still where we left off because there were a few things I wanted to add to this. So this will be a quick part where we just sculpt around a bit on the mesh, because there were quite a few things that would be quite helpful to record in a video. So first things first, we finished off on this tie up here. So what I saw was that if we just select this edge ring here, because it's getting rather busy here at the front as well, so we're just going to go and we're going to delete that. So shift right click and delete. And that means we can also just double click and delete this one here. So that leaves things a lot tidier. And what we were going to do here is that we're actually going to add some more loops as well, because it is pretty, we have a bit of space here, so it makes sense. And we can probably send one more all the way back. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go to the multicut tool once again and just hold down Control, and we will put that there. Also, we're gonna put in a another edge loop here. You can see this is pretty wide, and what this will do is that it's going to run if we just hold down Control again, and you can see it runs across up here on the arm. And this is good because just like with the foot where we have the 3 divisions here, we're going to have 3 fingers. So we're going to extrude 3 fingers from here. So this is perfect. We're just going to need to move this around a bit. And also we're going to put another loop in here. We've got space for it, but we'll fix the tail first, and then we'll move on there. So I'm just going to show you how to get started on this. So if we go under, you can see these, we just need to start spacing this out a bit more evenly, just like we did before in the last part. So just start dragging this out, sort of dragging this one in a bit. And the best view you can get here, because we want to get this sort of V shape, like I said. So if we hold down the space bar and left click, and we will go to the back view. And if you look here now, you can actually see exactly what's going on here. So this will give us sort of a good reference point to start pulling out. You're trying to roughly get, you know, some sort of circles in here. And well, depending on what style of tail you'd like. I want it to sort of gradually get sharper, but you know, some animals actually widen more this way, so it's a possibility. Let me see. So just keep going around. You know, if you start from the center and then you sort of move outwards, it's the best technique for this. And yeah, we'll leave this tip for later. And even if this might be a bit tedious, this is after all an organic modeling tutorial, and the more you push and pull like this, the more time you put into this with your final mesh, the better it will look. So you can see here, this is widening out, so I just wanted to pull this in a bit here. And same thing here. Not selecting the right vertex here. There we go. This is what we want. As you see now, it's starting to reveal the ones at the back here. So you know, just keep moving around like this, sort of spider web style. Just keeping it sort of tidy. So keep going like this all the way out. We can do this. I'm not going to do the whole tail like this, so I'll do this off screen, but now you know how to how to move around that. And you can see that's sort of starting to give you the right shape there. And just sort of keep even spacing. See, we can start to lift these ones here all the way up, like so. And then just keep following along, so just keep switching between back view and side view like this until you get something that you're happy with, that has, you know, proper round shape without any bends or anything like that. So, and let's go also and take a look at the front area here after we've removed this loop, because you can see it's completely flat. So this is going to take some work to get into the best shape. So you're going to have to just move around it in perspective view and just sort of tweak the mesh. And the more you do this, the easier it will get. Just rounding it out. And then just keep an eye on the side view here. Make sure you've got the right one at the front, and just keep going. Push this out. We want him to have this sort of rounded belly shape. So this is just the rough base, and then we will, once all the edges are in and we've done the head and everything's in place, we can sort of really tweak away at this. And this should really be moving sort of down here. So you can see it's starting to become a bit rounder here, which is good. And it'll be like a big fat dino. These guys can come out a bit more, like so. And you can see that's starting to sort of take shape, so just keep going like this until you get a shape that you are happy with. Just going around. And you can also sculpt on the smooth mesh. You can see it's getting a lot rounder here now. Just be aware that when you move things here, you need to go back to the wire cage hit 1, because you might be moving things around a bit more, and at this point you basically just want to keep things even, and you want even faces and good topology. So here we're going to start to also rounding out the mesh. And let's take a look, because this leg is a bit big at the moment. we'll go into our side view and let's turn on the smooth wireframe, hit the 3 key, and we will then move this in because this leg is already very large. So we don't want it to be any bigger than that. Something more like this. And let's look at this in perspective view and let's tweak this a bit. So, let's see. Just going around here and just rounding this out. Also here, these are gonna need to be pulled out a bit so we get more of a, this should be the bit sitting the furthest out. And Q and yeah, let's just do that and start pulling this out. You can see it's rounding out the leg a bit more, which is what we want. If we go into the front view here, we can see roughly how far out we want this. We're going to move that back a bit with this. Moving out this bit. So yeah, just follow the contour and we'll stop sort of here because that's where we will create the lower leg. So you can see just quickly already how much rounder he's looking and more sort of cartoony. I can see here these guys are gonna have to come out a bit. Like so. Okay. So also I think that we will have space here for another loop. I think we will lower this in here. See, this is what we moved in the side view. Which sort of showed us just how big the leg had become. So this is good, and yeah, you can see this face here is now becoming extreme. So if we just start to move this whole thing here down ever so slightly. We will have space for another loop here. So let's do the same thing here. Just gonna move these down. And yeah, also move these over a bit here. You see this face is becoming quite big. We can always split this again here later, but for now we're gonna put another loop in here. I think, yes, we're gonna move all of this down actually. You can see if we move this here and just keep moving this along, there is going to be space up here. And obviously now we will have to tweak the mesh some more again here. So yeah, Yes, shift right click and multi-cut tool and control, and just stick that loop in there for now. So that's sort of all the geometry we need at this point, and then just space that out, and we're going to subdivide these, but we'll save that for later. So yeah, between these parts, just go in and get the tail rounded, and get these spaced completely evenly and following the reference. So in the next part we will move straight on to the head. Okay, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back. In this part we're going to create the head, and we'll hopefully have time to start cutting out the eye here as well. So I'm just gonna show you where we finished off here in the last part. I said I was gonna do some sculpting between parts and just move things around, so it looked a bit like this. It was a bit wonky. So I saved this scene and then I moved some things around. I didn't insert any edges or anything. And now it looks like this. So you can see it looks pretty much the same. It's just a little bit neater, and I rounded out the mesh a bit too. So we got a better sort of base shape going on here, and also the leg. And like I said I would do with the tail, I went into the back view, and you can see now it's a lot neater than what it was before. So I have left the leg area, the lower leg alone, and also this area where the arm is here. I haven't really touched it. You can see these faces are quite wide, but when we build the hand here we're going to add more edges, so it will be good to be able to send them out here, and same thing here. So if we take a look at him in a smooth view, I think he might be a little bit wide here at the moment, but you know, this is things that we'll fine-tune a bit later. But now he's looking sort of round and happy and cartoony. Maybe he's a little bit too round. A beast dinosaur eats too much pizza. Yeah, so with that we are ready to start on the head. So if you remember when we inserted these loops coming up here, you can see we have some messiness going on here in the mouth. So just to keep things simple, I'm just gonna get rid of these edges that we have here on the head and not mess around with it. So just double click to select those and hold down shift and then hold control, and we'll just deselect all these edges coming around here because we want to keep them here. And then we just have them selected on the head, and we're gonna just delete edge. And don't worry about these n-gons and things that we will have here, because there's going to be so many loops coming around the head, so there's going to be plenty of places to attach things. So just to give us something to start off with for some thickness, I'm going to shift right click, multi-cut tool, and holding down control, I'm just going to stick another 2 loops in here, and we will attach these here at the front. We have 2, so that adds up nicely. And at the back, yeah, and this edge here will just be free. So this is now an n-gon, but not to worry. There will soon be a lot of edges going on here. So let's take a look at this. If we look in the front view, you can see that this head is like the leg. It's actually quite extreme. It's very wide. So we're going to sort of move out gradually to get the shape. And I think I mentioned he's got these extreme style eyebrows that you can see on a lot of anime style animals, and Donald Duck has these kind of eyebrows as well. Pluto has something similar. A lot of Disney characters use these. They're very expressive. So this will be fun later when we're rigging and making blend shapes, because he'll be able to look real grumpy and real unhappy and funny and stuff. So, but it's a bit of a challenge to build. So where this head shape that we're going to build initially, it actually follows this line and sort of goes on the inside here, and then this eyebrow comes out on top of it. So he will look dinosaur-like, but he won't look completely in character until we get that eyebrow sorted out. So we're going to start by just moving this stuff down here, and I'm actually going to start to pull these bits out here. It's going to look a bit strange in the beginning, but you know, have faith. So we'll sort of go halfway. You can see this is actually the upper lip here and lower lip. So we'll move this out to here roughly, and this too. Okay, so that gives us you know, a bit of thickness, and also we're going to start to move these areas here along. Here you can also see this is basically the eyebrow area here. So, and what we want to do is we want to keep dragging a box around here, so you move all of them at once. If you just click, you'll just move the front one, and then it will quickly get quite messy. So this here is going to be the center of the eye. Good. And this will go backwards. So basically this line that comes up from where the mouth in the mouth fold, that's where the eye will be. And sorry, this will be a bit slow because I'm trying to think how we will best do this. So there will be another split here. So shift and right click and multi-cut tool and control, and we're going to put that in roughly there. And I'm going to add one here too, just for good manners. And R to scale, and we will straighten that because it's very important on this head to keep things very tidy right now. And if we go into perspective view, we can just start to move some of this stuff around here. Just start rounding out the shape to get a bit more of a feel for what's actually going on here. It's just been a big square box for the past few parts here, so, and I can start pulling the back out here and widening this. Just follow along. Shift and let's move these out. Okay, and here you can see this is actually the beginning of the muscle area. Muscle. Not muscle, but muzzle. And you know, this is what will make him look all funny and cartoony. So getting this area right here is important, because without this he won't really look like himself. He will look like a different dinosaur. So okay, And yeah, just going around here. And we're gonna go into the front view in a moment and try and widen him again. Do a little bit at the time. So let's see now. You can see here he is pretty much. Wait. Let's get back there. He is pretty much good here at the moment. Move him out here ever so slightly, but you can see it's roughly following this line here, and this is this will come out to here, and here you can see we have the upper lip, which I'm just going to take a quick look at before we go ahead and just pull it out. Let's pull all of this actually. Okay. There we go, and we are going to insert another edge here, just so we get something to cue and doesn't look quite so pinched. Okay, and now we will shape this. Just trying to get these faces even here at the moment. Get some shape into him. Whoops. And let's start rounding this out here at the corner. And we're going to add some more geometry here. Let's just round out the back a bit better here. So just keep in mind that if you work from big to small like this, you will not have so many problems with getting your shapes. So get a good basic shape that you're happy with. And you can see here, of course, this end-gon has caused this cut to terminate a bit early. So let's just finish this here and all the way out there, like so. And up here as well. something like this. It's close enough, and let's look in the side view where the eye is going, and based on that we will insert our next loop. So let's add another loop here. I really don't like how he looks so grumpy when it's just sloping straight down. And yeah, this is gonna have to come up a little bit here, and that gives us a bit more of a shape here. And yeah, let's just actually move this up for now here, because it will make it easier to get some space for this eye. Let's just round here and see how many. Okay. Whoops. Okay, back in perspective, and we will just pull this up a bit, because this is actually a fairly straight area. And rounding this here out. Let's just take a look at the front view. Should actually be up here, like so. Not there, but there, and that's here. Just be a bit. Will just be a bit uneven inside the mouth. Let's tuck this in ever so slightly. It's just a very brutal corner, like so. And I think we are ready for the eye, and after we've cut that out, I think we will finish this part. Let's just see. Okay. So I'm just going to move everything into place for the eye, and then we will move other things around again later. And now he's going to have a super tall head for a little while. Not to worry though, he will come back. And let's insert some loops now. We will need a loop to go. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the best way to to deal with this. So what we will do is we will do this in Q, and we will select this edge here, shift right click, and we will just slide this down, and Q to drop that tool, and let's just move this stuff here a little bit more into place. I'm sorry, I know we're basically moving things and then moving them back again sometimes, but it's a trial and error thing to see where things will end up sometimes. So that should give us a good place. We're gonna cut the eye in the same way that we cut out the arm in the previous part. Okay, there we go. This should do the trick for now. Just slide that along there. And okay, just checking that we're on the right loop here. Yes. Okay, so multi-cut tool, and just go here. And enter. And again, shift to snap that to the center, and same thing here. Okay, and Q, and now just like before, just going around and rounding this out. And let's see, I think this looks a bit low. I'm just going to pick it up a bit here. This eye will change a lot. There will be a lot of edges running in towards the eye. So not to worry. It's just nice because it's such a big and extreme eye. So it's nice to have this shape in from the very beginning here. Okay, so let's see what that looks like in perspective at the moment. And you can see it's a beginning of a head. It's starting to take shape. So we'll do some final rounding out, and we're gonna cut this part here because it's becoming a very long part, and it's not the easiest thing to get the beginning of the head done here. So, but it's there's a lot left to do here. So as long as you have something that resembles this, it's perfect. You know, just follow the lines on the front image plane, and you can see I'm currently not really doing that myself. I'm just trying to get some rounder shapes into this head so we get a feel for it. Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at that. So yeah, that's what we have for now. This is the beginning. And we will cut that here. If you look at him in a smooth cage, you can see he's starting to look like a dinosaur. Very low poly at the moment, but yeah, that is the end of this part, and in the next part we will come back in, and what we're going to do then is that we're going to cut out the nostril, and we'll continue to add some resolution to the head area and start working on building the eye as well. So thanks for watching. I hope you've been able to follow this part all right, and I will see you in the next part. So welcome back. Here's where we left off in the last part. He's starting to look like Burt the Dinosaur. So the first thing we're going to do now is that we're going to work a bit more on the head, and we're going to try and get the nostril and sort of the basic lip area in, and then we'll move back down to the body when we've done that. So first thing is that I said in the end of the last part that you can see that we've gone pretty far up with the head here, and whereas, you know, we're going to change things, it would be nice to get him back down a little bit. So in order to do that, we are going to get rid of some of these edges here that I think I actually put in the end of the last part. So we're just going to move this up to here. Wait, multi-cut tool. Let's just do this. This one here, and then Q, and then we can just get rid of the rest of this here too. Yeah, not these two. Control, and let's delete that, and then we'll just go and grab these vertices, and we will just move this whole thing here down ever so slightly. So like I said, because we're making this space, there will be the eyebrow will come here. So don't worry, it's gonna look fine. So yeah, we'll leave it something like that for now. And also what we will do is that we will just delete these faces here. We can always just fill hole if we want them back. Just hit delete on the keyboard, and we're gonna create a sphere. It's just a good measure to have a sphere or something like that to model around when you're building the eye. I don't think we'll actually build the eye in this part, but it's just nice to get sort of an idea of what's going on here. So we're gonna rotate this around, and if you press E, that will bring up the rotate tool, and I'm just going to double click here. I'm just going to show you something that's quite nifty. You can either click here and step snap, or you can just press the J key on your keyboard, and this will allow you to snap your rotation in increments. So just holding down J and then just moving here. If you look in the channel box on the right, you can see that it's snapping in 15 degrees here. You see, as soon as I hold down J, the step snap becomes absolute. So you can just type it in, but it's just one of those nice viewport things. And we will see here. Move him out. We want it roughly there, and then let's just check for a size here. So something like that. You can see this will depend a bit on the shape of his actual eye here, of the eyelid, how far the eye comes out. So I just want something so you get an idea of what he might, you know, look like from the front. It helps with sculpting around the head in general. So we'll leave the eye there for now, and we will look at the nostril. So the nostril is going to be cut from this vertex here. So we will want another edge loop along the side here. So let's just go to the multi-cut tool and hold down Control, and I'm going to put this here. And this is because we're going to cut one of those circles again, and we're going to just tie the edges up to these vertices on the side. And if you look at this thing here, I don't want to put anything on this because this is the actual where the mesh reroutes itself. You can see it's a 3 junction or a pole. So this will basically make for the very corner of the nose. So that's why this one's coming in here. So let's see where that one actually went, because we don't want it to loop the whole mesh. So we're gonna just keep it control, and we're gonna keep the loops on the head, and then we will just right click and delete the edge, so we don't get any more on the body for now. And you can see that one cut up here as well, so let's get rid of that. And let's see where that one went on the inside here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move that. But first we will fix this here. So let's go to the multi-cut tool, and this is kind of neat. We will move this edge here, and we will move this one here. Q, and let's delete this one, and let's delete this one. And now you can see everything is joined at the moment, so that worked out nicely for us. That happens sometimes. So that's why I said, you know, don't worry if you leave a few things in the beginning, because usually they will start to even themselves out, and you will find places to put them. So yeah, the eyebrow's gonna be here, so we'll just leave this just a bit of spacing, just trying to keep it tidy, because it's you really do yourself a disservice if you don't tweak the mesh as you go, because before you know it, you have one of those giant messes and you don't really know what is where. So back to this edge here, and yeah, and I'm just using the marking menus. I think you know by now where the modeling toolkit is. So this edge here has actually, you can see it's moved in here. So what we're going to do is, this actually works out quite perfect, but we're going to delete these ones. And just you can see here we're gonna need to build a lip for him coming around here, and also it's gonna have to loop the inside of the mouth. So I'll just show you. If you have problems seeing, what's kind of neat to do is to just select the geometry you want, and then just go up to show, isolate, select, view selected, and that way you will be able to better look at stuff inside the mouth. And at the moment, we're going to actually open the mouth with a lattice a bit later when we're working on the inside parts. So, but for now, so, you know, just continue this loop here. We're going to go all the way out. And yeah, we'll stop there. Enter. And then we're going to put another loop just going across here. So let's bring back the whole mesh. And yeah, we'll just put that here. And let's take a look at this here. So what we want to do now is that we want to just, not that one, this one. I'll delete this edge, and back to the multi-cut tool. And just put this here. See, this is where we will merge with the other side. And join this to the edge here. So we've got a fully quadded mesh here. And not shift, but right click, and I'm just going to move this out so you can see can see inside the mouth here what we will do. You get the idea here. I think it's going to be like a loop. So this here will actually be the inner lip, which will come up, and then we're eventually going to lower this whole inner area here, and that's where we're going to have space for teeth and gums. So just thinking ahead a bit here, because then we're going to need these loops so we can have sort of a thick fleshy lip going on. So we will make a start on the outside of the lip too before we cut the nostril in. So again, with the multi-cut tool, we're just going to go around here. Let's see. Yeah. And let's put in one more. Just here, and we actually want that to finish here, so let us just go to edge mode, select that, and deselect these, control, and let's delete. And then we're going to move this thing in here now, because what we want to do is that we want to build a slight, we want like a small row of faces here, so that the mouth, the corner of the mouth, doesn't just sort of terminate so brutally. And you'll see in just a second here. So just get a row of faces in here and enter, and we're going to move those up. Let's see, select not that one but these ones, and let's just deselect this W and just move this here. And we're just going to merge these vertices so we get a quad. And we can do this using the target weld tool, or when they're very close and on top of each other, sometimes you might want to select them first and then just merge them. So, but this should work. We want you to go here actually. Okay, perfect. So then we can just select this row here. Let's see if I can do that a bit elegantly. Wasn't very elegant. And just move that. And now you can see, now we've got sort of a corner of the mouth here that's not just sort of one very brutal, because that could cause pinching and nasty stuff later. Now we can start to build out the lip area here. So we will let's just move this down ever so slightly here, and back again with the multi-cut tool, and just move around. So you see we've got one on the top here, and now we're putting one at the bottom. So we'll do this sort of looping on both the inside and the outside of the mouth. Okay, so that's one, and let's move this. So you see we're getting a pole here. We don't really want too many things coming into the same place. Let's see if I'm thinking about this the right way now. And let's delete this edge, and yeah, perfect. We're gonna put another one, sorry, just some puzzling, another one in here, and then we're gonna, because you just don't want too many you need some edges coming into the same place, but you don't want too many of them. So let's just get rid of that edge for now. and see where that leaves us at the moment. Okay, let's get the same thing at the bottom here. We're just trying to keep those quads, and also we're trying to get the poles, the junctions with the 5 edges in the right places. So I think this should work. You can see we're going to have one loop in the middle of these, and the reason for this is, I'll show you in a second, but he's going to have a very wide mouth, so it's going to, if he opens up really wide, he's going to need some loop here to deform the back of the head. You will see what I mean in just a second, hopefully, if I have built the puzzle correctly. And right. Okay, so this should go, and this should also go. And this one here, we're gonna, let's just see, we're doing the same thing as we did up here with this loop coming up here. We're just gonna move this loop. So we've got this here. We can just slide these along if it gets too busy here. And we've got a final criminal here, which is this guy. And let's delete that, and we'll move this along here. And there we go. Sorry about that, that got a bit messy. It happens sometimes when you're recording something and then you're trying to think of what you're trying to do, and you're trying to talk when you should probably just be quiet. So there we go. There we got the corner of the mouth. You can see it's fully quadded, and it's looping nicely. So we're gonna put another one of these loops in here now, which we should actually be able to do without any. Yeah, you can see it will just let us put that straight in. And yeah, this pole here is basically what's gonna lift the mouth upwards. So you can see you need some of these poles. Same with the eyes here. There's going to be more loops coming around the eyes. We can put one in for a good measure, maybe. So if we take a look at this now, you can see that we've got the basic lip shape here. So this is what you want to do on these kind of models, is that you want the edge loops to follow the muscle as close as you can. And what you actually have looping your eye here is you have one big muscle, and this one is responsible for closing the eye. So on all sorts of characters you're always going to have this looping. So this is what's going to make the character able to blink as we go to add resolution. And what we'll do here later is that we're going to, not in this tutorial, but when we go on to rigging him in another tutorial, is that we're going to sculpt out blend shapes here, which is actually very funny to do. And you know, then he'll have, you know, various poses with his eyes and his mouth here. So that's why these are important areas to get your loops right in. And also he's going to have a big sort of cheek here. So in these kind of areas, that's where you want to make sure that you don't have big poles or something, because that could cause the deformation to go wrong. So, but this looks good. So enough blabbing. Let us move on to the nostril, and then we shall finish up this part. So let's just take a look at his shape a bit before we put in the nostril. We're just gonna, I just want some It's funny with this guy because basically the shorter you make this nose area, the muzzle, the funnier and sort of cuter and grumpier he will look. And you could also see, this is going to go here. Let me just concentrate before I start to talk and make some silly mistake because I'm blabbering away. Let's see. I say women are supposed to be awesome at multitasking. I'm not sure that's quite right. Okay, so this is the vertex we want to cut the nostril from. So let's make sure that is centered. And let's not drag a box and drag the back of the model up too. But let's do that. And also these. Let's take a look at that here. Wait. What that looks like. And we can just, you know, we're just going to shape him a little bit because he's very rough at the moment. It's here you're going to need to, we're going to narrow this down in a later part because this is where he gets his main shape. And let's just round this out ever so slightly. It's that thing again about just tweaking the mesh as you go. When you see something, just tuck it in there. Okay, so we're gonna need another loop at the bottom here. So let's put that in, and I guess here should be just fine. Maybe a little bit higher up would have been a bit better. So again, control and yeah, somewhere around there. Okay, excellent. And now we will just cut this same way we did for the arm. We just do that, and yeah, let's just move these down as well, so we're not getting all, trying to keep it tidy for as long as we can. And that also means moving this guy over here. Yeah, it's not an exact science, but it is nice to keep things neat. So shift there and enter, and the same thing here, like so, and the final one. And let's round this out a bit. Can do that here. Actually, these nostrils, they should be, I think, you know, you could make them a lot bigger if you wanted to. It's, if you want to look at some reference, I have referenced, of course, the dinosaurs you will find online, which will be Ice Age, and there's a really funny little guy called Gon. It's a Japanese cartoon manga, great comic and great animation. So if you feel like you need to get a better feel for what this guy looks like, you can look there. And of course you'll have the final seam file, so you can take a bit of a look around the mesh so you know where you're heading. I think it helps. And let's just grab this for now, because we're going to put another loop in here, so I just want to move this over a bit so it's a bit more even. Let's move this down. Okay, good. Again, multi-cut tool, and something like that, and let's just go in here and try to sculpt this out a bit. I'm going to try and widen the top because I want this nostril to sort of meet with the top of the muscle, which is muzzle. I hate that letter, Z. Okay, and there we are. And yeah, let's just try and finish this part so it doesn't get so long. So let's just select this ring of faces and shift right click, and we will extrude this out. And let us see, we might center this extrusion and see, we want it to be higher at the top, and these lower faces should be a bit sort of indented. If we hit the 3 key, you can see we might yeah, we'll work on that later, but that will do for now. And then we'll select these inside faces here, and what we're going to do is just we're going to extrude these in, because in case somebody you know, depending on how he's shot, if he's shot from the front, we don't want people to look into his nostril and there will just be a big hole there. So rather than just deleting these faces, we're gonna move them inwards like so, and just click that and then just globally scale that a bit. And it doesn't need to be too neat. I'm just trying to avoid getting any overlapping faces, so Q and G to repeat that. And just move straight backwards, and we're going to straighten that there, and one more, and this one, wait, let's just center that before, and scaling that in, not out. Hit the 3 key, and let's see, yeah, that should be good enough for now. So yeah, in case any camera angle catches him, we don't want him to be all empty. And it's going to be the same. We're going to do the same thing with the inside of the mouth here later. So with that done, we're going to just have a final look at him. One thing I wanted to mention is that if we go and take a look at, you can see we have a lot of history here that's starting to build up. Sometimes it's useful to keep this history. You know, you can go in and you can actually select your split and you can edit these things. But in our case, in this organic model, we're not going to, you know, edit polysplit 325 for how we split 2 edges. So because this can slow Maya down a bit, we're just going to go in and we're going to delete the history on him. So that will get rid of that. It's just mentioning that it's useful to keep this if you do hard surface models. For example, if you're doing a glass or something for a product visualization and you have bevels, it can be very nice to have the history, because then you can go in and edit the bevels because they catch the light, so maybe you want the bevels to be slightly wider. And so in cases like this, it's useful to keep your history. But for this guy, it's fine. We'll just get rid of that. So this is what we have for now. And I'm going to see what he looks like in the front view. You can see he's actually, what we could do is we could pick a few of these vertices in the back and see if we can, because actually this area here should start to come out. It will come out more when we have an eyebrow, but it's will make him look a bit funnier, because he doesn't actually have an ear, but it will look a bit with the eyebrow coming up here like he has an ear standing out in the back. So you see, you get a better idea of what he looks like when he's like this. So also, if you wanted to see what the full body looked like, you could just go into edit and duplicate special, and if we just set the scale here to -1 and then apply this, you will get a duplicate here. So, and then you get sort of, you can see he looks like a dinosaur now. It's he's coming together, but you can see there's a lot of things in terms of shape here. He's very square at the moment. So we're gonna work on that, but we'll get back to that. I want to leave the head for a while now, and I want to get back to the body. So maybe we'll actually tuck these bits here in ever so slightly, just to give him some yeah, basically there will be an angle where you can see he will shoot sort of, the back will be wider and then at the front. So, and also this would be the stage, you know, you could change him, you could make him a bit rounder, you know, a bit bigger. You could actually turn him into I shouldn't really do this, but you know, if you wanted a crocodile at this stage, he would look more like this. So it's quite commonly done that you do head replacements. So if you built the body that you were happy with and you rigged that and stuff, you could have a few different heads. You know, maybe you could have a friend, crocodile friend. So yeah, so I think that's all for this part. So in the next part, we're going to go down and we're gonna look at the hand, and then we're going to do the foot, and then there's just some horns, and then we'll get back up and do the head, finish off the sculpting part with the mouth and the eyebrow and the gums and stuff, and then he should be a complete dinosaur. So I think another 5 parts and we should be done. So thanks for watching. I hope you've learned something, and I will see you in the next part. Welcome back. In this part we're going to build the hand for the dinosaur, and the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to rotate the forearm here. We're going to push it forwards 45 degrees, and the reason we're going to do that is because you have something called pronation, which is it allows us to model in the T-pose with the fingers pointing straight out rather than upwards. And I have a quick image here of what happens, because he might be a dinosaur, but he still follows these rules for human anatomy to some extent, and this is universal. So what you have is you have here at the elbow, where you have these 2 bones, radius and ulna. If your palm is facing forwards, they will be straight like this, they won't be overlapping. Then when you roll your palm facing down, as we will have in the T-pose with the fingers pointing straight out, you'll have overlapping here. So to account for this and get the correct folding of the arm, we're gonna just rotate that, so that when we go to rig him later, his elbow will fold nicely. So let's just go into the rotate tool and just double click that, and you know, just make sure you reset this tool. And I'm going to use the step snap here, so I'm just going to press J. You can see that activates it like I said before, and then just go 1, 2 and 3. Wait, and that's 45 degrees. Good. And Q, and we'll just close that. And what we're going to do as well is I've been planning with some loops here that we're going to put in. So you can see these faces are a bit big, so we're going to use the multi-cut tool and control, and we'll put 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there. And this leaves the arm quite busy here, but I think it will be okay, because we need some loops for the hand. And if it gets too busy on the arm, we can always just come in and look at that a bit later. Because it will give us the right amount of edges for now to round out the hands and the fingers. So this guy, he's going to have 3 fingers. We're going to leave him without a thumb, because he doesn't really need one. You know, he's a T-Rex. He's going to run around. Maybe he'll pick up a stick or something like that, but he's not really going to be doing a lot of pantomime action and stuff. So for our intents and purposes, he's going to be just fine with 3 fingers. And also it keeps the tutorial a bit simple, because thumbs can be a bit tricky to model and rig. So I'd rather see if this is one of your first character modeling projects, it's kind of fun to finish instead of making it too complicated. So just moving some stuff around here, rounding it out a little bit, and getting stuff into place. It doesn't need to be exact. It's just I'm just gonna redivide this now. So let's go and grab the multi-cut tool, and let's see if this will work out for us. Because you see, we need the same sort of division that we had going before we rotated the arm, where everything was going straight down rather than in all different directions. So let's go like this, and then one across here, and that should do us for the hand. Let's see. And that is in the right place and all quadded. Good. So another thing is we're gonna have to tweak the arm a bit later and add some more loops, but I'm just gonna stick in a few loops for the wrist here. As a general rule, you need at least 3 loops for a bend. So I'm just putting those there to hold the hand in place before we start to pull anything out. So let's go and select these faces. And we'll extrude these and just center the extrusion, and let's go take a look in the front view and just see roughly how far to go, and just tilt that up a bit. We're gonna have to dig out his palm a bit. Actually, maybe I'll keep it fairly straight for now, I think. And let's also scale that out a bit to the side. You know, we want to widen this, and we do want to flatten it a bit. Like so. Cute. And let's go again. One more. And do somewhere like roughly here, maybe. And Q, and we're going to extrude these. You can see now there will be 4 faces for each finger here, and what we are going to do is that we're just gonna pick these 4. We're gonna build one finger that we're then gonna duplicate over. You know, you can build each individual finger, but I think we're just gonna build one, and then we're going to extract it and reattach it. So let's just do a bit of this is just to get some space here between the fingers. This is the trickiest bits of the trickiest bit of the fingers. Just let's extrude that too, and I'm just extruding the beginning of each finger because it just helps with giving a sort of spatial feel of what we're trying to do. And then, yeah, this is going to look very, very rough for now. We will fix this shortly, and extrude these guys too, and center that, and we're just going to push that to the side a bit. Yeah, something like that. That's good. Okay, let's go into vertex mode. And yeah, you can see here, this is we're gonna need to do a fair bit of rounding out and stuff, but I just want to get some basically, you can see you'll just have this sort of little fat hand here, and then there will be 3 little fat fingers coming out. So let's take a quick look in the side view. You can see here, yeah, it's looking very small at the moment, so I'm going to widen this. So just select these and R, and beware if you've snapped in increments with rotations and stuff, sometimes your tools go a bit crazy. So you know, you can always just double click them and just reset them in case you'd have anything that, you know, wasn't doing the right thing. It's a good thing to be aware of, because they tend to be a bit Sometimes you don't really know what's going on or why it's happening. Whoops, let's not select the foot there. Let's just do something like this. Yeah, this will be fine for now. We'll widen this in a little minute. Cool. So let's just pick some vertices here and just round this out roughly. You can see now he's like it's a square block. Not very finger-like at all. And wait. I'll just try to get some rough shape into it. See what that looks like. Yeah, that will be okay for right now. And yeah, go back there. Okay, and let's just select these faces. And like I said, it's at least 3 for a bend. He's gonna have these sort of, a lot of cartoon characters, they have this this type of sausage finger that are sort of just fat and sticking out. So center, whoops, and let's do that. And so this will be the first sort of knuckle bend for him, and one more like that. And let's go in here and try to start picking out some shape. Basically, we want to make it easier for him to fold his hands, so we want to sort of move this in a little bit. I don't have enough divisions in here now, just to sort of get a basic idea of where it's heading. And we want these to be fat, so let's move these out here, and let's move these, so sort of keep rounding it, and you know, hit the 3 key, take a look at the smooth view of what it's looking like. And you can see we want to pick up the top here quite a lot, and just move that up. I'm just gonna put this in sort of roughly, because these are gonna need some work after we're finished. It's one of those cases, again, you know, the more time you spend tweaking it, the neater and prettier it will look. So and yeah, this should allow us to push this one out a bit more here. These are probably going to intersect a bit when we get the fingers together at first. And yeah, let's just do some more extrusions here just to get a rough idea of how, I just want to see how far these fingers are going at the moment. That's cool. Let's just do 1, and let's do another one here. And this one's going to form a bend. So actually go back, I didn't center that one. Could make it a bit. So you can see this will be the first bend, and this will be the second bend, and hopefully that will be enough for him to sort of grab his claws. You know, standard human fingers will have 3 bends. We're just going to go with 2 because I want them to have these sort of short and chubby hands. So let's see here. We're going to scale this guy a bit. They're looking a bit unfat, so we want them to come up a bit, like so. And yeah, this whole thing's gonna need some fattening. And this one's going to, let's move these ones up, and these ones too. And we're going to select, so you can see here, first bend. Let's push this up. It helps it with the deformation. If this has a slight sort of push up in the actual model itself. You know, on fingers you'd probably pad and build out to, but we don't really need to do that here because I think it's close enough. So we will go to face mode here, and we're going to extrude these faces, and so do that locally, like so. And it's just going to form this sort of bulge, and from here his little claw will come out. So that might have been a bit something like that. Q, and let's push this back in, and wait, center it, and we'll do that, and now how sharp you want this will depend on or you can decide how sharp you want it depending on how many edge loops you put in here, but we're just going to keep moving forwards. G, and if you look there now, you can see the claw coming out. It's nothing too extreme because we want him to be able to fold his fingers. Q and G again, and I'll move it there, and you can see now we just scale in like this, and Q and G. One more. See if the claws are too long, it could be difficult for him to fold his little fingers here. So let's just take a look at that in this view here. Yeah, that looks fine. It looks we've got plenty of space. So if we just select the end vertex here, and we can just pull that out. That will give us, if you look, that will give us the sharp tip here. So, but we need to do some rounding out now on this. So this is sort of the rough structure of our claw. And now we're just going to round this one out, and then we're going to move that over onto the other fingers, and then we're going to use the same technique to make the claws for the footsies and some horns basically. So let's take a look at this and what we have. So you can see here is the first bend, and This here is a bit fat. This is going to have some problems. I can see. Okay. So yeah. So we want the top here to be a bit a bit fatter. Let's move that up. And this here should be like a big, pretty fleshy area. So you see he's getting the proper sausage finger, and just hit F on your keyboard if you have problems with your view like I just did. And yeah, I'm gonna push this up here because this finger will need to bend here. So let's just move along here in general and push things up a bit, round things out. And you can see here at the very edge where we have the if you wanted, I'll just show you, because depending on how sharp you want this, you can add some extra loops in here. Right. So you can see if we go to the multi-cut tool, and if you put another loop just here, wait, you can see that will hold the claw a bit better. And let's go to object mode. Yeah, you can see if you wanted a sort of clearer division between the skin there, you'd just add more loops. I think I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. I quite like it. So we're going to round this out a bit more, and then we're going to scale it up. So let's see, we're going to go into I think we'll go into you can see here we're going to have to scale up the hand, so I think we'll do that right now. And we're just going to grab all of this actually, and we're going to scale it. Wait, maybe not quite that much. And we'll select this and just get this in a bit. And let's look at the smooth mesh and see what we have. And you can see the finger is roughly where we want it. Let's just check what it looks like here. Yeah, so we're going to widen it a bit. And you can see this is sort of where we want the fingers going on here. So let's select this area here, and let's just pull it out a bit. For now, these fingers are going to be at a bit of an angle, so let's elongate the claw here. So we'll just take that and we'll just move it forward like so, and let's put in another split here. And if you wanted more of a skin fold here, what you do is basically move this loop here forwards a bit. We might do that, and could insert another loop here and just keep scaling it out. But let's see with this loop we have here what we can do with that. We will scale that out a bit. Let's take a look at that. And yeah, it's a bit of a sausage finger, so that's okay for now. So because I don't want to make this part too long, I'm going to show you how we're gonna actually detach this finger, because now you have the option. You can either go in here and extrude these faces and, you know, make more fingers the same way we just did, or you can simply delete these faces here and just extract this finger and reattach it here. So let's see, let's just select these faces and yeah, and we're gonna go and we're gonna hit extract, which we don't have here, so you can either find it on the marking menu here, and let's just open the options box, and it will be available up here as well in the I think it's edit mesh menu. Yeah, there it is at the bottom. So just make sure you have separate extracted faces selected here, and then apply. And then you can see we get an extrude here where we can move them, but we'll just hit Q because we want it right there. So if we take a quick look now in the perspective and the outliner here, you can see it's created a group for this. So we've got double mesh here. If you open this up, you can see you've got two different surfaces, and we've got this empty transform node as well. So if we just select the cube and just delete the history, that will get rid of those. Pay attention because they build up if you start to separate your mesh and stuff, and so it's always good to keep an eye on the outliner. We're going to name things properly in the end of this tutorial, but for now this will do. So let's see, W to move, and we can see there's nothing here, so let's just go modify and center pivot, and that will put it there. So that's a good idea before we go in and duplicate this. And yeah, now we can just go Control D and just duplicate over here. And if you turn on wireframe on shaded, you'll get a better view. And you can see now it's just a question of matching these up and sort of putting them into place. So, wait, and let's just see roughly what this will look like in the side view. And you can see now we've got something that's a lot wider here. So I'm going to attach one now, and then I'm going to attach the rest between parts. And you can see now you might want to sort of rotate the fingers out a little bit to get some space between them, like this. And yeah, then it's just a question of starting to move things over. And so what we do to reattach them is simply that we select the mesh itself and select the finger, and then just go to mesh and combine, and this will combine the mesh, but it won't merge the vertices. So what you need to do is that you need to get the vertices into place, and with this one it's going to be the easiest one. You know, we can just get the target weld tool, perhaps should work, I think. And let's see. No, I can't really see where I'm going to there. So might work for a few of them here. Grab the first ones, and let's just while we're doing this, let's just go Control H and we'll hide these guys, and then it's just Control Shift H if you want to bring them back, or you can just click in the outliner and select them, and And that will bring them up here, and then just turn their visibility on like so, and you'll get them back. So yeah, so I'm just gonna go around. This is becoming a pretty long part, so I'm just gonna go around here and merge these vertices quickly. See if we can snap that there. Yeah, that works good. And V for the vert snap will snap it to the nearest vertice, nearest vertex, and again just check I have nothing else selected, and then you can just go merge vertices and yeah, merge to center, and that should take care of that. So if you have any problems with that, you know, with merging vertices, just check your threshold, because if it's too low, they might be too far apart. So, but if you've already snapped them and they're in the same place, that will do the trick. So that should have merged those. Just, you know, go back and check and pull around. So just going around the mesh and merging these guys, and let's just hit G to snap that, or to repeat last command, and select these and G, and you know, if you have the merge vertices set to a low tolerance, that will make sure that nothing else is merging. G, and like that. And then I'm gonna, between parts now, I'm gonna finish this part here. But between parts, I'm just gonna go in and I'm going to bring back these other guys here, and I'm going to move them into place and just reattach them too. And with that, I hope you've learned something useful in this part, and I'll see you in the next part where we'll finish off the arm and we're gonna start on the foot. Okay, thanks for welcome back. In this part, we're going to build the foot of the dinosaur. I just wanted to show you, because we finished off on the hand in the last part, so I've just gone in and I've attached all 3 fingers here, basically just moving and rotating a bit. And I did actually extend the center finger here, so it's slightly longer. So I've included this file. It's just start part 8 if you want to have a look at anything. So one thing I just want to mention is this thing with the bends here, because his fingers are so fat and we want to make sure that he can bend them properly when they get rigged, is that you see I've moved up the inside vertices here, these ones here, and then just sort of shove that up here, and then you have this sort of V shape coming in here, and that will basically allow him to better deform. You know, it will make, because you want to preserve volume, so volume will basically spread out here. So you'll have squash here, and then it will sort of stretch out here, or that's the thought of it. So it's because he's got these fat sausage fingers. You know, in a highly realistic model, you'd add some padding on top here as well to accommodate for that. But I think this will be just fine. So yeah, and other than that, I've just rounded out the fingers. So one more thing I want to, because I mentioned that thing with keeping an eye on your outliner and your history. It's especially important if you work with other people to name things here, because there's nothing worse than opening one of these files and just saying poly surface, and you see here are these empty transform nodes that I was speaking about. So, you know, always keep in mind that you delete the history as you go, so you don't get, because all of a sudden you have nodes that you can't get rid of and it gets messy. So yeah, that's that. So one thing I was thinking about that we should do before we move on to the foot is just that this is looking, you know, there's a lot of finger and not a lot of hand anymore. So I just wanted to stretch out these fingers. So I was just going to go into the front view here and do that. So we'll just basically take this and we're just going to pull it out a bit. roughly something like this, so we get some more hand. And we will put in another loop here. Shift right click for the multi-cut tool and control, and we'll just stick that in. And Q, and let's go into edge mode, and let's just press R for the scale, and we'll just scale this out ever so slightly so we get some hand shape going here. And let's take a look at this here. Yeah, so that will take some tweaks of and some moving around here, but because we want that sort of rounded, maybe that scale was a bit extreme, but yeah, you see where I'm going here. We just want to also I want to try and pull these things here up so we get more of a hand shape going on, because we want his hand to be a bit more sort of humanoid, because you see right now we're going to need to push this stuff in here as well at the bottom, because otherwise he's actually not going to be able to close the hand. So, you know, just like if you look at your own hand, you've got a palmar surface that's sort of coming in a bit here. So I'll just select a few of these guys. Just start pushing that down. This can be tweaked so it's all nice and neat later, but you get the idea of where I'm going with this. And also I think these fingers might actually be a bit fat, so we might just go in and grab this, and let's just see, just take all this and just scale it down like so. So you get slightly thinner fingers. It will definitely help him with closing his hand. And let's just move this stuff here up, keeping an eye on the base mesh. So, and one more thing I want to mention, this here, you can see this is pretty tight. You can see you have 6 edges coming in here, so it's a bit of a pole. And you know, in some cases you might get problems with these, and you know, if this was a different type of model, we might want to edit this. But you know, again, if you look in his case, I'm just going to turn off the wireframe on shaded. You know, his hand is quite small. It's not going to be visible in the shot, so you need to think a bit sensibly about this thing too, so you don't start adding resolution all over the place just to get the absolute perfect mesh, because this will deform just fine. But you know, it's just those little things to be aware of. So, and also I would actually like to maybe move this up. Let's go to edge mode, and let's just scale this ever so slightly too, so we have more of a, take this and we're gonna just slide this edge, shift right click and slide edge tool, and wait, wrong tool. See, there we go, not the insert edge loop tool, but this one, yeah. And then just middle mouse, let's just drag that back a bit so we get a bit more of a, not such a tight shape. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just loose this loop for now, actually. Yeah, something more like that, and then we'll go in and we'll fix the rest of this arm later here. It's just some loops really, and it's the same thing because, you know, we have a hinge joint going on here at the fingers. You know, it's the same thing with the elbow. It bends in one direction. Obviously, you wouldn't arrange your loops in this V shape if you had something like a ball and socket joint at the armpit, or because then it would need to swing both ways, but this, you know, it only closes one way. So let's just see, that will do that. And we will also, if you look here, because what we're going to do with the shoulder area here is that we're just going to pull it out, and this is going to be more of a spaghetti arm thing, because he's not quite, you know, a lot of T-Rexes, they have their arms at the front sort of just hanging, and so we don't want him to have a full shoulder, but something in between there. So I'm gonna just put in some edges, and then between parts you can start to round this out yourself. You can see it's just very straight at the moment and it's bothering me. So if this wasn't a video tutorial, I'd go around and do this now, but it's you can see we just want to create a sort of, you want to start maybe with this here, you could actually go in and start to just pull it out a bit, so we get a bit of a lift here, you know, something along these lines, and then just, you know, round it out. And especially here at the back, you know, you can start to pull these things along here, because, you know, it's looking razor sharp at the moment and I don't really like that. So I, you know, just move things along here, and these will just follow as you go. And as you do that, you know, you get more of a, just try and get it a bit fleshier in this area here. And you know, just round it out and sort of keep it moving along, and then maybe get a bit more of a, you know, a bit more of an organic shape here, and not this razor sharp corner that's going on at the moment, because it's not very attractive, and it's these things you should try to do them as you go along, so you don't get too much to pull in at the end. So yeah, you see where I'm going with this. So, and yeah, we'll put in a few more edges here, just so you have something to divide the arm, just to round this out. You know, it can come in here with the multi-cut tool, and I'll put one here, and just put one here for the elbow, and then just one in the center here. And then, you know, you can just come in and, you know, scale it a bit, just get, you know, a bit more rounding in this. And yeah, just keep going around like this between parts, and that will basically take care of the arm for now. So let's move down, like I said, towards the leg and the foot. And you can see this was not very neat at the moment, so we're going to have to put some loops in here for the leg and round this out as well. So we'll put one in here, and we'll put one in here too. And yeah, sorry about this, this is a bit boring to watch, but it's it starts to add up if we don't start to do something about it. What we're going to do here is basically we need a rounder shape, so we're just going to have to start sliding these edges sort of. This is going to start going backwards, and then these will just sort of follow along as we go. And I'm gonna have to round out this this whole heel area here. I'm just going to take a look at it in the side view in a moment. I'm just trying to see if we have something. Yeah, this will be fine. Because the thing with him is he's not really going to have a knee. Like I said before, he was going to sort of hop along. So the way he's going to work here in the front area is that, you know, whereas you'd have a big knee joint, his knee will probably finish somewhere around here. He will have a hip going on, and then a knee, and then it will sort of be a straight leg down to the ankle, and then he will bend his foot here. So let's just take a look at this in the side view. Now you can see the full size of our hand. It's pretty accurate to the reference, and we shall see. Okay, yeah. If we look in the smooth view, you can see we're gonna have to do some pulling around here to get it to match a bit better with the reference. But before we do that, we should also have a look at this foot. So it will be very similar in terms of structure to the arm. Really, he's gonna have. Let's grab these faces. He's gonna have 3 toes. Same thing here, and he's gonna have. He's gonna have. Same style claws as the top. Maybe these will be a bit more brutal. What's the plan? So we're just gonna make an extrusion here because I want to get this into place. And let us see. Let's just pull that out. So I think, yeah, we will leave that there for now, and let's just see how wide this foot is in the front view. Let's go into X-ray here, and you can see these are where the 3 toes are at the moment, so it's not really matching up too well with the reference there. So we'll start widening this area. And just to get the center one to match up, I'm just going to move it over sideways, roughly like so. And you can see he'll have like on a human being, he's going to have an arch coming along his foot here. So if you look at your own feet, they're not the same. So we're going to have to pull this out here. So let's see. So let's put some loops in on the foot as well, and then we're going to do some rough sculpting in of the leg and the basic shape of the foot, and then we will get the toe out, or the toes. So this is basically just going to be rounding out and moving this over here, because you can see we've got quite a lot of space and it's just fairly crowded here. So let's just check the I can see I want to start getting these more organic shapes in here, and let's move that in like so. And here we're going to want to arch the foot a bit, so we're going to want this to go up. Let's just check so we don't have I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose that one there. Maybe we'll just leave that straight for right now, actually. And I think we'll take these. Yeah, and we'll move these up. And we're going to do the same thing here. Just moving these up a bit also. And you see that leaves us closer to the shape we're after. And now it's just really to go around and round this thing out here. And you know, you want to get This is a bit tricky at the moment. I want to get this this heel in, and also I think these are gonna have to come out a fair bit. Let's go see what's going on. You can see here we're sort of looking for this edge here, yeah. So and I think these will also follow. This is a bit of an artistic process, if anything. It's sorry, it's a bit messy at the moment. And I'll just grab all that actually. So, and let's see where we have our toes positioned in the cool, so we can probably widen these in a minute. Let's do that actually. So my intention was that he would have a big toe in the center here, so this would be slightly longer. And yeah, let's move this whole thing backwards for now. And let's also straighten it because it's just a bit easier to see what's going on. Whoops. Just deselect that. It's tricky when you're picking faces, all of them at the same time. Okay, and let's do that in vertex mode. Just select all the vertices and yeah, that's straight enough. Let's just push these back a bit more again. And that is a lot better. I can move this up, and don't be afraid to just pull these things around, because the worst thing that can happen is that you get a bit of a mess, and then you're just gonna have to do some fixing. So let's see. Whoops. And okay. So something like this, you see this leaves us a lot of leg space here. So I just start sliding this over. Not quite that brutal. And just rounding this stuff out. Just like we did before. So again, I'm sorry, I know this is not the most interesting thing to watch. And just keep going here. Yeah, you can always just move on edges. It's quicker a lot of the time. And I'm not a big fan of it. I feel like I always have to move stuff back in that case anyway. So I'm just gonna hang on to my. Yeah, and you see this distribution is just gonna sort of loop backwards here. And let's just see what we have in the side view. Yeah. So these are gonna have to come out. This foot is looking rather scary at the moment. But don't worry. Should work out just fine. So just keep on going around here, basically on the leg, and keep pushing things. Keep pushing things into place. And just trying to keep it evenly spaced quads, because they will deform right, and that will it will keep things neat and tidy. So let's see, this is not really how a heel looks, is it? Let's take a better look at that and try and get a shape that's a bit more organic and doesn't look like some mushy piece. Let's just keep an eye on the side view here. So this whole area can actually move in, I think. If he gets a bit rounder there, it's not really an issue. So while we're here, I think we'll put in some more loops just for sculpting on here. I think it will be. I'll put there's space for two. We'll put one in here for now, and let's put one in here too, and that will give us some something to start building the arch with. And let's look at the front of this leg too, because this is not really looking very neat. You know, just keep going around at this stage and just rounding out the mesh, really. This inside here is looking a bit problematic. So we can see here, this one is clearly very far out. So we're gonna have to look at this side of the foot and see if we can make, yeah, we've got this here, it's completely straight, so we want to start moving this out. And you know, again, be aware that if you want to move something in some special direction, or you're having problems with the move tool, you can simply go into the tool settings, and you can alter, you know, how its axis is oriented. You can set it to move along a specific face and stuff. It is pretty useful. So let's see if we can turn this into a basic foot before we cut this part. And like I said, this leg is a tricky shape, because it's not your standard leg. So yeah, same on the inside here. Just keep moving down, and this is actually the heel. Let's just check so I'm not. No, that's fine. Yeah, let's just get the round shape in here, and then you can always go in and just tweak the shape itself to suit the image plane. The main thing is that we need to be rounding this out at the moment. And these need to follow. I'm just picking up the outer edge of the heel, so we'll get some roundness into that as well. Okay, and that is starting to take form. So I'm just gonna keep picking away like this until this is completely even. So I'll continue that between parts, because I think it's a little bit boring to watch. And when we come back, we should be ready to pull out the toes, and from there we will pretty much be ready with the body. We will just need a few loops here, and that's it. So take a look at the arm, the shoulder area here, and round that out, and also just keep going around and rounding out this foot here, just pulling this edge loop backwards like this until it's evenly spaced, and just yeah, keep checking in the side view here, so you don't go completely off base. And yeah, let's just do a quick spin. Yeah, also try and get some roundness here as well. Just start pulling this into shape. Yeah, we're nearly there. You can see what this will look like. So I'll see you in the next part, and I'll show you what I've done between parts, and hopefully I haven't bored you to death. So welcome back. Let's see if we can finish off this foot. So between parts I have just tried to round things out a bit and make it a bit more even here. You can see on the foot nothing's really changed here. On the leg it's just a bit more even spacing with the quads here. So just one thing I'm gonna do here is that I'm gonna actually put in another loop, and it's gonna go here, so it's gonna instantly destroy the even spacing. So just gonna have to allow for pulling over here. So if we look at that, you can see what this actually does is that it allows for, you see these faces here are becoming very wide. So I want to just start to cut things here, and you know, that means we can just start moving this whole thing here along and up like so, and you know, just keep going like that. So that will give us a bit more of a, we might put in some other loops here later, and also it will allow us to get better definition in the heel area here. So same thing as before here, just keep pushing up, and then get this one across here like we did before, and then all the way out, and also up here you can see it will allow us to cut these faces, which are getting they're a bit wide. So just pushing up like that and making space. Like so. Yeah, it will need some better spacing, but we'll get back to that, or we can do that between parts. And I think also here we will put in one more loop. This is not exactly high poly at the moment, and unless you're modeling for games, you really don't need to worry about having too many polygons. So, it's that thing with games as well. You actually, all meshes are triangulated at tessellation, but in games you can actually model in tris if you can do it. It's very difficult for the human brain, which is another reason we model in quads, because the brain simply cannot see the right solutions in tris. Yeah, just do that. And then yeah, just keep spacing. I just didn't want to put in any loops between parts. So, and that will do that. And then we're gonna need to work on getting this into place now. So let's see. We're just gonna, once again, it's not entirely straight, so it's a bit tricky here. Let's just see if we've got all of those in that one, and we'll just move that back ever so slightly, and we're gonna see this is now becoming a pretty sharp thing here. So what we'll do is we're just gonna move out this edge and just try and round out this foot. We want a bit of an arch coming out here, but at the moment it's very extreme. I left this one, and just moving along. So we should finish the body more or less in this part, so that by the next part we can start to add the final detail on the head with model the eye, and get the inside of the mouth and also the surrounding area, and from there we will just have to put in some teeth and some horns, and we shall be done. So don't worry about, you know, if your leg looks a bit different. It's a pretty tricky shape, this one. So let's just take a look at this here. I just want to round it out a bit before we you can see what we have now. It's pretty close to the reference, and keep an eye on that inner edge there for your leg here. You know, see, so that roughly matches up in the side view on both sides here. This is the outer one. so this is fine. So let's just continue, just get this a bit rounder because this shape is going to be very very tricky anyway. So we'll do the same thing as we did on the hand. We're just going to extrude. We'll extrude one claw here, and then you can either duplicate that over, or maybe you just want to extrude them separately in this case. It's by the time you merge everything, it's not necessarily that much quicker. Okay. So again, with the tidiness and just keeping things sort of in order. So let's just move these edges a bit. Let's take a look in the front view and see where this should actually be at the moment. See if we can pick that too. I'll just move it over like so. And we're going to widen also this here. Whoops. Okay, good. Okay, and then we'll just follow the, you can see it's already a bit, it's a bit high, which is going to make the thing a bit tricky. So let's see if we can start to lower it down a bit here without losing the shape. It's gonna take a bit of work to get this right once it's in place as well. It's not entirely easy, this one. And let's just pull this out too, so we don't have these extreme angles, because they just won't smooth very nicely no matter what we do with them. And yeah, something more like that. It's better. So let's take a bit of a pan around that, and yeah, looks all right. And we will grab these three faces here, and this is where we're going to extrude the toe. So my idea is to make, you can either follow the anatomy of a human foot, which would be a larger big toe, which sort of balances this thing out, or you can actually, since he's a bit of a fantasy creature and he will be able to walk, you can go for a bigger one in the middle here. So we'll see what looks best. Actually, it depends a bit how the rest of the shape works out. It's never really the same. So let's check this here, and you can see don't worry too much about aligning it right now. We'll align it when we've got our extrusions. So shift right click and extrude face. Let's just see if that is straight enough. So let's just pull that out twice. We're gonna have two divisions, a bit like with and G to repeat that, a bit like with the hand. Doesn't need to be quite that long, and let's do a pan around this, and it should be going here now. Perfect. Okay, it's a little bit long, but it's in the right place. So now let's go around and just round this out. So it's a bit of a funny looking foot here. So it should have been a bit rounder. It's the same as with the fingers. We need to allow for enough space for the other toes here. So we might just go and see if we can move this over here. Control to deselect that, and something like so. You should have by now. So it's gonna need some fattening up there. Let's just see what it looks like if we smooth it down. Okay, and let's just start picking out the top of the claw here to get a bit of an arch going, and then we should just be able to we should just be able to select these faces now and extrude. And we're just going to scale this in. And the reason I'm doing this is to give some, we need some skin fold here for the claw. So let's check what this is looking like here. It's a bit narrow, but this will be okay. So we will we'll drop that, and we will extrude again. And again with just scale that in a bit. I'm gonna dip that a bit backwards just to hit the 3 key just to get an idea. And Q and G. And one, and let's check that here. And we need to get these top vertices here. Let's see, actually Q. Let's just move this down a bit, like so. And back into face mode, and we will select these again and extrude. And just move it forwards and scale it in a bit. Maybe move it out a little bit more. Move it down, and cute. And that's our basic foot. So let's see what what we have in the side view here and the front. Okay, so it's in the right place roughly, but you can see it's not very round at the moment. We're gonna need some more loops for this definitely to work out. But let's just get the right sort of shape in here now. So let's see, we're going to need to sharpen this obviously, and we're also going to need to widen it a bit. So I'm just trying to think where is the best route. What we'll do first here is that we're going to put in another split here, because we're definitely going to need that. And we'll just continue to just shape around the foot here a bit. Because we need to widen this area in order for this this front and the claw to also become wider. So we're going to need also a split that's going to have to come down the middle here. So the question is where we're going to put that, because we're going to need 3 of those splits coming down. So let's think. Let's think and move some stuff at the same time. I think what we're going to do for now is that we're just gonna split it from to start here, and then we're just gonna move through, holding down shift, and that was not very popular. Got to find the right point of view. There we go. And let's just move up this whole toe, and let's see that we're at the same. One more, I think. That's it, yeah. Enter. And that will allow us to shape the claw as well. So, but we will need to do that to all 3. So for that reason, we're going to need to find some neat solution here, because we already have a lot of edges here. So we need to think about where we're going to put that. But I will work that out while we're just sculpting some stuff around here. So let's just start to move this. These will go forwards. I think we're going to do this slightly differently than we did the fingers, because we want a bit of a different shape for this one. So let's just look at what we're doing. Because we want this claw to lie a a bit flatter here at the front. You see, we need that central edge there to give us this and yeah, with the claws, it's that thing, the rounder they are, the friendlier he looks, really, I think. So yeah, wait, let's grab that too, and let's start widening this. Maybe not quite there. Let's see, I would like to bring that edge too. I'm just looking at how much skin fold we'll have here and where we should be putting that. So my idea was that we would use this here to try and lower the claw at the front, so it gets more of a ground contact, because we don't really want it floating in the air. It's, right, that looks very messy. You can see it's getting closer to, let's just see how thin it is here. Yeah, that's about right. It's just a bit tall at the moment, I think. So you can see it's this claw here which we want to be at roughly this height. So what we're gonna have to do is that we're gonna have to lower everything here. So let's see, what do we have here? Okay, we don't really want to get that. Sorry for mumbling, I'm just trying to think while I'm talking, because this never sort of comes out the same way. Even if you do it several times, you'll have different scenarios. Okay, that's a lot closer. I'm thinking before I start moving this if I should. So let's see, I'm just thinking if I'm gonna, I was hoping that we would finish this in this part, but I think it's going to take a bit of tweaking. So I think what I will actually do is that I will stop this part here, and I'm going to do the same thing as I did with the fingers. I'm going to duplicate this this over. So I'm just going to, just like before, just select these faces here. Minus these ones. And then we will just extract them. And just make sure again that it's on offset 0 so it doesn't move, and then just hit Q and yeah, same as before. Go to object mode, make sure you center the pivot for this object, and then just delete these faces, Control D, move over, and mesh combine, and then once again merge vertices, and then just do it for a third claw as well, and that should leave you with something quite foot-like. And I'll come back in the next part, and we'll at that point we'll take a look at finishing up the shaping. And also you can see here, when you attach these ones, you're going to have to just put one split in here just to give this vertice somewhere to attach, and then we'll look at how to reattach that. So I think that's it for this part, and let me just check how wide this is. So it's roughly, yeah, you can see it's roughly in the right place. Maybe widen that so you get your claws sort of roughly where you want them. So thanks for watching, and I'm sorry that's a bit messy, but it's the way it is when you're building this type of character. So yeah, so next part we'll finish the foot and the rest of the body, and then it's just a head left. So thanks for watching, and I hope you've learned something useful. So welcome back. So I have between the parts here just attached these other 3 toes, and I haven't really done any shaping because I just wanted you to see what it looks like this. So you can see I've rotated them out here, so roughly they will they fit in here now. You can see this whitish bit here. This is actually the claw. So that gives us a fairly sort of rough place to start. And you know, if you look in the side view, you can see that it's a bit longer than I would perhaps like it right now. But you know, this is down to shaping the basic shape of the foot is there. So I'm just wanted to show you the topology, how we're going to attach this, because you remember here we had the toe, and then we had this one edge here that I just put in, and then just merge these vertices. It was a bit tricky to merge this, actually. I had to go around and it took a little bit of time. So we're going to do the same for these toes here, just so you see this. So I'm just going to put in, just hold down shift, and we'll just put that at the, wait, we will not put that there. Let's see, let's just make sure we went back. Good, and let's just check this edge here so we don't put it at the wrong place. So shift, it's a bit tricky, this one. Sometimes if you have the wrong point of view, you will end up entirely in the wrong place. Let's just put one here as well. Good. Q, and let's just right click, shift right click, and first we will go to vertex, yeah. And then we will go merge vertices, and let's see if we can use this target weld tool here. It's pretty close, yeah. So that's just what I did with the ones at the top of the foot as well. And this one is already merged, so that takes care of that. So you know, if you press 3, you shouldn't have any weird things going on here. So it should look something like this. And obviously this is going to take a bit of work to get into the right place, but that's a question of pushing and pulling points, which is not what we're going to do right now, because we're going to look at where to merge this up so we get some quads. So I hope you haven't been moving too much around, because I'm going to put one of these loops coming around here. And the thing is, in the last part I inserted an extra loop here, and one here, and I think I've went a bit loop crazy because I moved it around a bit, and looking at it I figured out that it wasn't the best idea to put this in because it was already getting quite busy, so we can always add more loops later, but for now I think we have more than enough, so I'm going to get rid of this one coming around here too, and I'm just going to space it a bit better, and then maybe if we need loops towards the end we will add more, but I think we have enough now, because if you look here, what I'm going to do now, just shift right click, and you can see this will add another loop here at the heel, so that will give us more to shape with here. So, and it's better to keep it a bit more low res and add more if you need. So that will take care of that one at the top here, and then we'll just do that, and that will take care of the center one here too at the bottom of the foot, like so. And then we just have these two, so we're gonna attach these to each other actually. So we'll just go across here and through here, and we actually put that in the right place. Yeah, enter, and just quad this out, and it will create a pole here at the edge, but I think this will be no problem really. So, and then just do the same thing for the bottom of the foot. So, it's just a question of spacing down here really, and you know, we might lose some loops once we've put everything together. So there we go. So one thing that we should also check, let's get this into smooth view here. You just want to check, you know, roughly that your geometry lines up at the bottom of the foot here, so it's reasonably straight when he puts his foot down. You know, it doesn't need to be perfect, but you know, we can let's just put it down towards the edge. You can see the heel is ever so slightly. So because it's just when you go to animate this later, it's nice if the foot actually you know, that the front of the foot doesn't dip half the way down, and then you have to rig to make up for that. So let's take a look at the claws themselves here. We're gonna need basically this foot will bend obviously, and I think we're going to do a little bit of pulling and pushing here. I think this is a bit dramatic. I think it could we could probably just move towards some more. I'm gonna change this towards some more sort of V-shaped foot. It's very dramatic at the moment, and yeah, the foot itself will be like before, you know, just going around, spacing things out. So I'm just trying to get the rough outline of this thing for now. See. And you know, beware when you merge vertices and stuff on the mesh, that if you have problems with the tools, or you know, things stop working, it's because you probably have some unmerged vertex somewhere. So keep an eye on that. And this is gonna need some pretty serious shaping, but you know, that will basically just be following the curve here and what I will probably do is I will probably move this backwards. It's like I said, I'm gonna go for a big toe here, and then I'm gonna try and make a bit of an arch sort of going diagonally down like so. Yeah, let's just see what kind of loops we have in here, because that's what I'm interested in. So I want a bit more of a sort of meaty fold to come over the claw here, and also what we're gonna, I want the claws themselves to be a bit wider. I think they look a bit wimpy. And obviously, like I said in the last part, we want to try and straighten the bottom here, so the claw is not floating in the air as much. I actually want it to move down towards the ground. So, but what we will do for now, and you can see here, there obviously this is probably going to be intersecting a fair bit, as but I'm not going to do that now because it's going to get a bit messy. So what I want to do is that I want to put in, let's see, yeah, I'm going to go for another loop that will be here. C and Control, and I'm going to scale that one up. So wait. And then I'm going to push it over a bit, and this should start to give us a bit more of a dramatic effect going on here. And push that in. So, you know, these I think these claws are going to be a fair bit different, so it might be worth just sort of extruding them one by one. So one thing that I want to mention with these claws before I do anything else is that we're just going to put an edge in here as well. Wait. Bit of a tricky space to hit. Just right there. And you can see that will sharpen the... And then what I will do is that I will simply go around here and just work a bit on a more organic look for it. And the thing I want to mention, because we're gonna make horns for him as well, running along his back here. And these kind of structures, because they're solid structures like claws, they don't actually deform during the animation, so we actually want to keep them separate. So I'm going to leave them as part of the mesh here while I'm sculpting. And you know, you might just want to make one claw and then just get rid of the others and duplicate it over. But once I'm finished, or once I got a bit further, what I will do is simply the same thing as before. I will just select the faces going round, and then yeah, all the faces here for the claw like before, and then I will extract them and that will keep them as a separate structure. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to do that towards the end of the tutorial, so I'm not going to do that now, but we're going to have the claws in a special group, and they will then be parented or constrained to the mesh, so they'll follow along with the mesh. But it will mean that, you know, when the claws move around and deform, you won't have or the toes, you won't have the sort of solid claws also going boom and bending, because it's difficult to paint weights as well if you keep them as one structure. So it's just something to be aware of. So yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna continue on that between this part and the next, because I want to get a bit further. So for the bend itself, because these claws are, you know, they only really go both ways, up and down here. So I think we actually have enough divisions here for that too, and I'm not really going to taper that or you know, do anything with it. So I think this will do the trick. So they will. I will push them up a little bit under here at the bend probably, but yeah, we'll take a look at that in the next part. But that is basically the rough claw structure done, and then it's just a question of getting a shape that you're happy with here. So one more thing here on the leg. What you have on, if you feel on yourself, on your ankle, you have this sort of bony protrusion coming out here. So it's where your tibia and fibula bones articulate with the ankle joint. So this is something that, you know, you often model in, and because he's a cartoony dinosaur, I don't really want any like structures. I think he will just be completely smooth. But it's just something to be aware of in character modeling. You'll often see it put in here as a round. So I'll just show you in case you'd want to make something like that. It would be the same thing as when we make holes for the arms or anything else. You know, you just put in one of these structures here and, you know, just pull it around until you get it to a size that you're happy with. Like before, you know, rounding it out. And then what you normally do is you just pull out this vertex, and then you see you get a bit of a. So it's, in case, I'm just mentioning it because, you know, in case you make you'll make a cartoon human or something similar on the back of this. It's a good thing to be aware of in terms of basic anatomy. So with that said, let's go up and take a look at a few more things in this part before we move on to the head, because there are a few topology changes that I would like to make. So one thing is here at the back. I would like to get rid of this loop here, and the reason for this is that, you know, we have a lot of loops coming down here at the moment, and when in the final part we're gonna make little horns for him coming up. You know, these little sort of stylized dinosaur horns that will go all the way down the spine here. So this face is never going to be wide enough. They're going to have to be mini horns in that case, and I want them to be a bit chunky. So I'm going to lose this edge here, but I don't want to lose all of it because I want it here at the front because it's holding the shape, and also I want it to stay at the head. So we're just gonna deselect those areas. Let's just see. And here as well. And yeah, that will do. So shift right click and hit delete. Remember not to hit delete on the keyboard because then it will leave all the vertices behind. So let's just take a look at this. Don't really just want to leave it like this. So for now, let's delete these two, and let's grab the multi-cut tool. And what was I thinking now? I was thinking that we would put in another loop coming down. Yeah, actually, let's just do this for now. We're going to need a lot of loops coming around this head soon. So we can just start putting them in because we're going to start on the head in the next part now. And it should take us another 2, maybe 3 parts to get that done, depending on how efficient we are. So let's just do that for now, because then we'll remember that it's here, and yeah, that's gonna be okay. And let's look at this, and you see this is a good area to hide things, because it's under the model, so nobody's gonna look here anyway. So I think that's what I was thinking. Oops. It's being a bit temperamental. Maybe I'm being a bit silly. Save that one there, and yeah, we'll just put it like that for now. Okay, so more loops. Yeah, this we can just back over ever so slightly here. It's actually, let's do that. Keeping things tidy and all that. Let's go to the slide edge. Just slide it over there. Good for now, and yeah, can round it out between parts. So final loop thing I wanted to look at. Yeah, I wanted to look at the arm here, because you can see as well, it's there's a lot of loops here, and it's not really a problem, but I'd rather get some reduction. So what I was thinking was that if we took out these ones here, yeah, we should be able to build an elbow based on this, which is quite nice, because it's at the back of the arm, so that will work. Let's just go to the front view and just see quickly what's happening here. So you can see the reason I haven't put in all these divisions down the arm or the tail yet either is just because it makes it a lot easier to edit these surfaces, and until we've put in all the loops for the head, it's a little bit tricky to say exactly where everything's gonna end up, because you might need something. Let's just put in another elbow loop like so. Good, and back here. And you remember this thing with the pronation of the forearm. So if you hold your arm out, you know, you can feel on yourself where your elbow should be roughly. So it should be at the somewhere around here. So we're probably going to have to move things around a little bit, but we do get rid of some loops here, which I would quite like. So let's just select these, and it will make it a little bit uneven for a minute. But we can fix that. And you know, maybe we'll put these loops or put some loops back here, but just for now, because it's better to have a bit less. Do that, and see, this is why I put the final loop in here, like so. And you can see this is going to have to take a bit of a twist, but it gives us a basis for a small sort of elbow padding in the back here, which is not at all a bad thing to have. So, but we can fix that in the final parts, where we're also gonna, the final part will insert all these edges coming down here for the tail bend, because you can see at the moment if you tried to swing his tail, he would have a bit of a problem. So yeah, and once again, let's move these. And this can come down. Yeah, and then if you look at him, what would actually happen is that these back loops will come up, and you'll get a slight sort of diagonal thing with the loops coming down. So just keep pushing this up a little bit, so it's not so taut here. And you see this will give us some space to push down, because this face here is not one that I'm overjoyed about, but I think it will be absolutely fine. And yeah, you can see this is the new loop we put in, so yeah, this will also need to be pushed around a bit in between parts. Yeah, and yeah, that's what I wanted to say as well, because I think this pole here is fine, but you have the option, if you have if they would cause you problems, or it's always worth checking if you can find a better solution sometimes for how to loop things around. So a tool for that is just shift right click, and you can spin edges around. And if you start to spin these edges, it might give you I don't know if I mentioned it before, but it might give you a better idea for topology. Sometimes it's in this case it's let's see. Yeah, it will take some moving around to see what you have, but I think I'm going to leave that for now, because I think it is just fine. It's you see, you need a few of these to hold your geometry, as long as you place them in areas where they will make sense. That should be good. So what else did I want to do? I wanted to take a look at the very edge of the tail here as well. We can just round that out too. So let's see. I'm just gonna get rid of these and let's see here. You can see we'll keep this quadded. We'll just move the quads so we get them on the vertical length instead of horizontally, and like so. Yeah. Again, this is just a rough. I don't think this will change, because I think we can find space for all the head geometry on the head. But just in case, I don't really want to finish everything and spend a lot of time moving things around just to find that it all needs to be moved again. So let's see. Let's just start. Let's just see if we can just move this up. Oops. Just, some things are not stuck with this ugly squares. Better to have a bit of shape down here. See something like this will will do for now. Wait. Yeah, it should look a bit better. Yeah, we can make it a bit pointier later, I think. I think at the moment, I think I might widen the tail in the end here. I think it's still a bit fat. We can actually, we could duplicate and take a look at him and see what he looks like. Let's just see. Let's convert this into, not into edges, but into vertices. And let's just do this. And you know, if you don't have your model at the origin, you can always just scale, you know, uniformly scale on the x-axis. So let's see. We will go into object mode. We will go and we will select the duplicate special, scale -1, and we'll just make a copy. And we'll see. Okay, yeah, and now you get an idea of what the feet are looking like as well. You can see it's easier to see when he's duplicated over. What we're going to do for the head is that we're actually going to be working. Let's just get rid of that. We're actually going to create an instance. And what happens when we do this is that anything we make on one side, I don't know if I showed you before. You might already know it, but yeah, will be mirrored on the other. So it's quite nice when you're trying to sculpt out a head, or you know, when you're trying to get a feel for what something looks like. So I think that is it for this part. Let's see if we're gonna. You can see now when he is duplicated, you can see that this is too sharp here. He's gonna need a more. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try and reshape the foot to be a bit straighter here, and also I'll work a bit on my claws to get them into shape, and from there it will be the head. Yeah, now you get a feel for his tail here as well. Might chunk that up a fair bit. So let's just see before we go. I was just going to add some quick loops to the head, because between parts I was going to fix a bit with the foot, and also I was going to try and just round out the head ever so slightly before we actually start to create the eye. So the only things I wanted to do here was just add a few more loops. Let's see. Here you can see an example, because this pole, yeah, it would sit in the middle of the cheek, which would be an area of deformation. So that would be a place where you would preferably not have. Actually, let's just grab that whole edge, and we're going to just slide that down. And you can see the difference when we slide the edge compared to when we move it, is that it just moves along with the geometry a bit smoother. Doesn't just go on a straight. Good. And what about this? Can we move this? Oh yeah, funny. Mirroring over. I was thinking what was going on. There we go, and let's see, just before I slide that, I think I'll put another edge in here, hold that, Q, and just double click and hold shift and slide edge tool, there we go, and up there, and yeah, that's all the geometry we're going to need for the cheeks. So let's put in another loop here, and also we'll put in one more loop around the eye here. Let's just see. I'm just going to widen this, not this. Just put this in here, and then you can just round this out a little bit between parts. And what can we do here? Yeah, this is wide. Okay, yeah, I think that does it for this part. So in the next part we are going to move on to pulling out the eye here. We're going to build an eyelid, and also we're gonna create an eyebrow area, and try to get this head into a bit of a nice shape. So thanks for watching, and so welcome back. In this part we're going to look at the eye. We're going to make an eyelid, and then we're going to extrude out the eyebrow. So I just want to show you, I just cleaned up the foot a little bit. It's it's still not completely finished, it still needs work, but it's getting there. It's sort of getting that funny shape, and it's the toes are in the right place roughly. So I reduced the arc as well a bit, so it's not so brutal. It's rounder, but I think I'll probably reduce it a little bit more because I think it's still pretty extreme. But you can see when he's duplicated over, he actually looks quite funny. It is definitely an important part of his character. So like I said in one of the early parts, we will continue to work on half the mesh, and then in the end, when everything's done, we're going to join that. So just one thing on the foot that I noticed that I had actually missed when I was going around it and just moving some stuff around. I saw this here. You see there's an open edge here. It's from when we put this loop here along the side when we were trying to get a better flow here in one of the early parts. I was checking, sometimes you can just delete the loop, but in the case of this one we can't because it's holding the legs. So we're going to have to find a solution to this one here and tie it together with something else. So I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to have a think about it, but just be aware of it. I'm aware of it because we can't leave it like that, but it won't be a problem. So let's just go for the head. So I have moved things, not much really, just evening it out a little bit. So I'll show you in the side view what it looks like now, just to get some better spacing. And you can see here I've also just moved this in, so we're following the line. So it's not really that much to do here. It's mainly going to be about shaping. So this eye is a bit tricky. So you can see I've saved this scene as Burt Part 11 start. If you'd have any problems, you can just open that. Yeah, I've moved the eyeball back ever so slightly, and that's because I want to align it better with the eyebrow line here rather than this, because this shot would depend a bit on what kind of pose he's in. So, but I'm going to go for a straight one here. So that also means that we have to move these vertices along with it. So we're gonna pick an eyelid here, I'll take this too. Okay. And then just shove that back ever so slightly. And it doesn't need to be exact, you know, it's close enough. It's going to take some work to get it into place anyway. So we're gonna go into the perspective view, and we're just gonna try and shape this around the eye. This is going to be a bit tricky, like I said, because it's a pretty extreme eye, and also it's a pretty extreme eyebrow. I think, like I said in one of the earlier parts, he's very expressive this way. He will be a bit like Donald Duck. Donald Duck uses this type of eyebrow, which is very nice because that gives us a great reference in animation, because there is tons of animation reference on Donald Duck. So that's kind of good if you're making your own characters and you want to animate them. It can be a good idea to find something where you can find plenty of reference, and there's nothing wrong with copying. Everybody copies to some extent. You can't reinvent the wheel. It's like they say, the expression, good artists they copy, and great artists they steal. So we're just trying to get a round. I'm gonna probably move this out here and then just back everything up. So we're just trying to get a few loops that forms sort of eyelid coming out here, and I'll probably just so we want it on the outside of the. Let's just keep an eye on this in the. Wait. You can see it's still not wide enough here either. We'll take care of that towards the end of this part. So let's just see. I think I'm also gonna move this eye out ever so slightly. When we have the eye completely made, we're gonna make a proper let's just check this view also. Yeah, we're gonna make a proper eyeball with which will account for a pupil, and I think he will have once he's textured, he's gonna have a sort of small eye. If you it's gonna be white, and there will be like a small human style pupil. I think it will be some yellow lizard color. We haven't quite settled on that one yet. So, wait. So I just grab a second. This is why I put in a few loops here, just so we'd have something to build on. Because actually what happens is he takes a line, so it's actually wider at the back, and when it sort of moves forward at the front. So, but this will be sculpted with This will be sculpted with blend shapes for different expressions later. So it's important to have enough loops for that reason here, because if we don't have enough loops in the eyelid, he won't be able to blink. So, which would be a bit sad. So if you look, on a human being here, this is this muscle here, this eye muscle. It's the orbicularis oculi, and which I guess just means the great arch of the eye, and it's responsible for closing the eye actually. And then there's another muscle that's responsible for opening it. So you have people who don't actually have this muscle, and they usually have what's called a droopy eye. So yeah, that should be. Let's try for that. I'll show you if we look in the side view. You can see these ones are currently building the eyelid here, and this final one going here is the loop for the eyebrow itself, which we will extrude as soon as we have an eyelid. So, oops. Grab it. Like I said, it's a bit fiddly to get the stuff to actually fit, but I think let's just grab the whole edge ring there, just double click that, just move that out, and we'll actually do the same for this. And this. Yeah, this might be a bit much, but we can always just back it up. Like so. So there's this edge. So you know what we'll do? We're gonna go and we're gonna fill this hole, and then we're just gonna select this face. Oh, yeah. And this could definitely do with a bit of rounding out here. It's actually quite helpful to get sorry, this is really not very elegant. That should be pretty good. We could always just enlarge the eye a bit if we need. So let's see, let's go to face and let's extrude that. And center this extrusion. Let's just scale this in. Like so, and Q, and let's do that again. Just get a couple of of loops here. Maybe that first one was a bit rich. And Q, and just last time, and then just pull it back. And that will give us an eyelid. And let's just delete that face for now. And now we can just start to build this around around our eye here. And you can see now we have some thickness. And just gonna move it out. I'm not sure if you can see we have rotation on the, it's happening at an angle, this eye, which is, you can probably see it better in the top view, which is what's making it even trickier to fit around the eyeball here. But you know, this is sort of what we want. It doesn't need to be a perfect fit now. We can definitely fiddle more with this later. You know, we don't have a lot of loops here at the moment either, so it's but yeah, let's see, let's scale this in though a little bit, so we just close it off a bit better. We'll also have to scale these. And yeah, it's yeah, and we'll shape this a bit better as we go along. But for now, let's pull out the eyebrow. So the eyebrow is gonna happen here. If you look in the front view, let's just see if we can get rid of that. And now you can see it a bit better. You can see the eyebrow comes up here, and this, you know, here you have an imaginary line that follows for the head shape, and then the eyebrow comes up here. So that's what we're going to extrude now. So if you just look at these, it's going to be formed by these loops here. So we're going to push them a little bit further out, and actually we'll just take them where they are right now, I think. So let's go to face mode, and again, you see, if you look in the front view here, the side view, and I'm going to pick everything that comes up here like so, and also I think also these. So it's going to look pretty brutal at first. So, and you can see roughly that we're following the line of the eyebrow here. Go in smooth view. So that's what we're going to try and then pick right once we have it. So shift right click and extrude face, and we'll just come out like that once. And maybe a little bit more. And be prepared, he's going to look very retarded now. And before we get him fixed, yeah, like that. Good. So if we go into the perspective, he now looks like somebody's. Yeah, somebody styled him in a rather unflattering way, so we're just gonna have to round this out. You can see in smooth preview at the moment he looks like this. So we're gonna try and roughly match these lines. So I'm just gonna grab these edges actually. I'll just move this over here straight away, and this is going to get very, very squishy, And let's just go in here and start to round this out. And you can see he doesn't have any ears, like I said before. But you can see now these kind of give him some character of ears. So it's just gonna take a bit of work. So let's see. You could, of course, give him some ears if you wanted to. I'm not really sure. I mean, he's a reptile dinosaur hippopotamus, so I'm not quite sure what kind of ears he should have. Maybe just a little hole somewhere. But I think these kind of fill the function for ears. So let's just start tucking this in. And you can see this is going to take a bit of tweaking, and it's a bit of a trial and error thing as well. So I keep saying this is the trickiest bit of the model. I think the leg is pretty extreme, and I think this eyebrow is definitely not entirely easy. It looks quite simple, this model, but then once you start to make it, you see that these extreme features are pretty tricky to nail. So yeah, we're just going around and trying to integrate this shape a bit better into his head. But you can see now from the front, you can see that sort of evil grin thing's coming, and you can see this eyelid here is it's sitting way too far out. We're going to put this, we're going to push this whole area in once we have the eyebrow working here. But for now, it's just nice that we have the structure in place. So let's go take a look at this. And if we follow this arc here, yeah, with the edge, and you can see, whoops, just try getting this into place here. Like I said, it depends a bit on what kind of mood he's in here, yeah. So and here we can see it's let's just grab this and turn it into a bit of a mess, because it needs a lot of tweaking at the moment. So same thing here. Let's see if we can try and just push this in a bit. Something more like this should give us a better reference point. And you can see that clearly helped. So I think I'm just going to go around this here once more, and I'm going to finish this part here after that. So if you've made it this far, well done. It isn't much to do now, and he might look a bit odd at the moment, but we'll get him there. You can see how this eyebrow is really helping with the angry feature, or the happy, sad, depending on what mood he's in. So he's gonna be very, very funny to animate, I think. And yeah. So let's see. Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna leave this here. You know, you want something roughly like this. So I'm just going to try and integrate this a bit better, but we'll do that when we come back. And also we're going to try and tuck this eye area in properly. So, and then we have also the mouth left, which we're going to, you see all these loops here are actually intended. What we're going to do with them is that we're going to build a lip area that will build out here. And also, yeah, we'll take care of that edge there in the next part. So I hope to see you then. So thanks for watching. Hello, welcome back. So we are continuing on the eye. This is just going to be a quick part because I want to just clean up the topology on this eyebrow and move things around a little bit. And then we can move on from there with the rest of the head. So first thing I want to do is I want to create a display layer with this eye here. So just select the eye, and then if you've not got your channel box open, just press Ctrl A and then just hit this, and this will create a layer which will allow us to turn the eye on and off, which is useful when we're modeling. And also we can put it on reference so we don't select it by accident. So let's go have a look at this in the side view. So as I said in the last part, this eye is currently a bit off the reference here because it's lining up with the eyebrow. So one thing I did notice, if we look at this in the front view, you can see, I'm just going to go and turn off the X-ray, and you can see that, like I said, this eye here is it's very far out. It's affecting his look. So we're gonna just quickly turn off the visibility on this, and let's just select these edges here. Just double click and hold down Shift to select the whole loop. And these edges are obviously attached, that's in between here, so as long as we've got the loop. So we're going to take all this and also these ones here, yeah. We're going to take these and we're going to move them. Let's just check that eye. We're probably going to move that eye back a bit too. So something more like that. It's not exact, but you know, it will give us a better idea. Let's turn off reference and back to object mode and select this eye, and we'll move this in here too. Let's just check the reference roughly. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. X-ray. And somewhere there. Let's just see. You can see it's tricky in that angle there. It still needs work, this eye, but we're going to put a lot of loops down it in just a second now. So we'll just put that back, and let's select these same loops, and we're just going to move them a little bit more. Just pushing this whole area in, really. And not that one. Let's turn this to visible, and you can see he looks a bit meaner in the front view here, once his eye is coming in a bit. So yeah, that will do for now. That's better. So let's fix the topology of the eyebrow. It's a little bit tricky. I mentioned with poles, you know, some places like here, they're okay. Other places, they are not so good. So you see, before we shape this, I just want to take care of this, because this pole is a big problem, because this whole eyebrow here, it's an area of deformation, the eyebrow and the eyelid. So the topology here is perhaps the most important on the whole model, because it's so prominent on this guy as well. So we're gonna find a way to get rid of this and change our edge flow, because what we want is we basically want loops to radiate out from the orbit here, and we want these loops from the back to sort of shoot forwards. And the reason this is a bit messed up is because when we extruded here, you know, we picked 2 faces, 2 faces, 2 faces, and then back here we picked 3 and 4, so we have an uneven distribution, so we're going to have to fix that. So enough said. So we're just going to go and we're going to use the multi-cut tool, and we're going to try, and one way to get rid of these poles is that we isolate them. So this one we're going to have to do manually, because it's not looping right. So let's just go in here. And let's just put this down. And yeah, you see that's created a triangle for now, but don't worry. It will be quite messy for a second here. And let's see. And in here, and we will start to redirect these loops here. We'll just place that now. We'll place it there for now, and we will get rid of this here, and that gives us a start here. You see, keeping quads. Well, not here, but we'll fix that as soon as we've fixed this thing here. As you can see, this has created an n-gon here. That's not very neat. So we will again put in another loop just here, and we will do that. And you see what we've done now is now we've got quads coming down here, so that's kind of neat. But now we've got a pole going on here instead, so I'm basically gradually moving it backwards until we can get rid of it completely. So again, we're gonna create another try here, and just do that, and then we'll just see. It's a bit of an advantage that the tools don't quite work, because it allows us to cut things in partially. So a quick pull on this here should leave us yeah. So now we've got this triangle here. So again, we'll do the same thing as we did at the front. We'll just cut our way forwards here, and we're going to redirect these loops at the top in a minute. So you can see we've got 2 open edges here now, and let's see. Back to edge, delete this, and okay, moving forwards, and now we have this one here to take care of. So it's going to be the final one. So just doing the same thing. These pulls are a bit tricky, you know, sometimes you have to just keep moving them until you get them into a place where they will be actually possible to eliminate. So same thing, another loop just going forwards here, and we'll park all those in the same place so we know where they are, and that takes care of that. And delete this one, and that should now leave us with a fully quadded eyebrow here at the back. You know, obviously we're going to need to move things around quite a bit to get it into shape, but you know, now there's no ugly poles here, so this will be possible. There's one sitting here, but it's holding geometry, so we'll leave that one for now. I'm going to move forwards because we're going to have to shove everything over now. So, because you can refine it yourself between parts, and we have sort of the big things to get through here. So let's see. At the front here, we've got plenty of space at the moment. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take these 3 edges we have here, 1, 2, and the third one here, and we're going to redirect these flowing down this way. If you look at it from a distance now, because you can see how this is flowing up and this is starting to flow in. Obviously it's very crowded here, we're going to spread these out, but you can see, so there's more loops flowing in here and then they're converging here. So we're going to need to get this to move down a bit. So it's going to create a bit of a mess, but it's also going to be quite easy to deal with. So now what we will do is that we will take this one here and we'll start to move it up. I'll just move it bit by bit so it's not so difficult to follow what I'm doing. Could just put all of these in at the same time. But you know, it might get a bit confusing. You can see now this edge is moving up here instead, and if we get rid of this too. So, and we're going to do the same thing, just continue, because you can see now we have a giant triangle here. So we're going to have to continue to send this mesh down. And once more here. So this is some serious puzzling. So I had a bit of a think before recording this. I'm not just making it up on the fly, because it's pretty tricky topology in this area. So let's see, and that edge goes, and delete. And you can see this is messing up the shape here, but you know, I don't want to put anything in here right now because it makes it more difficult to move things. So it's better to try and change things straight away, and then you might lose some shape, but you can get that back without too many problems at the moment. So this is going to be, I haven't quite decided. For now, we're going to do this just to keep quads, so we don't forget anything. Q, and it's a possibility that, you know, we will later run this loop further down, you know, and run it all the way through here. There's plenty of places for it to go, or we might, when we get more divisions in here, leave it, and it will make for a bit of a frown. It will help direct loops sort of sideways, which, you know, could give him a bit of a wrinkle when he's concerned or something. So we also, yeah, we need to delete this edge that was running, let me think now, so I don't delete the wrong thing. It was this one, yeah. Like That was not what I was intending to do. Let's just see. I have managed to confuse myself. Okay, I must have put that there. I have actually deleted the wrong edge, I think, but no, not to worry. I'll just put this in like so instead. And get rid of this and get rid of this, and that should do the same thing. You see, it gets a bit confusing when you're sliding these things over here. So let's just check so we have long faces and no tries. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just deleted the wrong edge because I was talking. So, but that's good. That's how it should look. Next edge. So, and again, this is gonna mean that all this is gonna have to come over when we do this. You know, I'm just pushing along a little bit. It's gonna be easier to just slide the whole loops here. So we've got two edges left here open from this. So let's just see what we're going to do with them, because we're going to put them forward. So the first one here, let's just move this one step up. And maybe we will put it one more actually. Yeah, so it's going to come down here, I think is my plan. Yeah, okay, enter, and wait. I'll get rid of the right edges this time, hopefully, and no. Oh no, I got rid of the edges I was actually creating. This is the one I was moving over. You know, do this one by one if you get confused. You want, and then this one. And you can see now we've taken this edge and actually gotten this edge over to here. So, and let's do the same thing with this edge here. I want this one to run at the center here too. And then we can just terminate those out at the nose was my plan. Let's see, let's continue this loop and just see what we can do with it. And yeah, this will be good. So we're just going to terminate this. Just do that because it gets a bit tricky to cut the. Let's just continue into the nose here, and because we're gonna need some more loops. Q. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of this instance for now. Actually, just delete that. Because it's going to be in the way, because we're going to be moving things around here. So again, let's see, let's just move this to the very end. And actually what we'll do as well is that we'll go in here and we'll delete these terminal faces here. Nobody's ever going to see them. Delete. That's not, I'm so glad I'm in the multi-cut tool right now. So just do that, and you know, it's not going to be an issue. Scale this together. We might give it one more division here actually. Let's see. Just and let's go and select these vertices here. And let's just spin around and check. And just because we closed that, we can just scale them in ever so slightly. And select these ones, and let's just use this loop and just do that, just so we get a bit more of a terminus on that. Oh yeah, you can see now, you can't see it's just little tweaks, but it's like so. Good. Good. So that takes care of that, and then it is the final loop here, and it's a question of where we want to place this one. So let me just have a little bit of think. Okay, and we're gonna take that one, I think, and we're gonna, let's just see how much space is here. Not so much. Okay, so I'm just gonna move this over because I'm gonna actually put this loop here. Let's see if we can just move these edges instead. It's going to be a bit quicker. And perfect. Yeah, if that can move a bit too. Let's just use the slide edge tool, and let's just slide this over like so for now. And let's just check that no disasters happened. No, that's good. And Q. And let's just move this one back for a bit of a loop here. Okay, and we'll do the same thing. We redirect this one, so it needs to cross this face here. So let's see, let's just take that and do that, and take that and do that, and will allow us to get rid of this and this, and yep, perfect. Just gonna align to check that I haven't accidentally no, that's all good. Okay, so again with the multi-cut tool, wait, it's very snappy, this tool, so yeah, just keep checking because I have problems sometimes. I think I've just put an edge and attached it to a vertex, and actually I've missed it by a millimeter or so, and so it's not a problem. Obviously you can just merge them, but just when you look close sometimes. I don't know if it's anyone else who has this problem or if it's just me. Probably not. So just take this loop all the way around here, and around the inside here too, because we're going to start fixing with this lip in a minute, and the mouth, and I don't think we have enough loops here. So how will that work? Yeah, let's just enter that, and actually what we will do is let's go to edge mode. Let's just select that, and let's delete that edge, and we're gonna just continue it. Instead we're gonna cross over, so here, and shift, we'll just snap that to the center, and just keep going here. Gets a bit confusing where you are sometimes. Let's see. I actually feel if I've sat in Maya for many hours, I sometimes feel a bit dizzy. Was that the best best solution to that, I'm thinking. Just a second. It's a bit tricky with the mouth at the moment because you can't really see what's yeah. Yeah, that's fine, but actually let's not do that. Let's delete that, and instead we are going to do yeah, we are going to do what I intended to do. Just forget what I just did. Sorry about that, but let's just go back to where we were here. We were coming up with this edge going all the way up from the nostril, and this edge here will just join. So what we'll get is we'll just go through in this loop that's already made here, and then we're just going to have to move things around this way. But that is much better. And you know, now we wouldn't need this. You could just get rid of that. But I'm going to put another loop in here anyway now, because we're going to need some more loops to space this. So let's just stick this in. Let's put one in here too. And yeah, we don't need to put any extras in here, but yeah, let's start to shape this this lower jaw out between parts as well. So that will actually conclude this this eyebrow here. So you should have now a fully quadded eyebrow. This is important, and I know it looks like a bit of a dog's breakfast at the moment. But this we're going to fix. So what I'm going to start doing now is to get the shape back in that we had. I wouldn't say we had it exactly. You can see here now all the edges are placed here. So what we want is that we want these evenly distributed coming out through here. And rather than moving individual vertices, we are just going to sort of start to slide these edges along. You know, at this point you would have the option, you could just delete them and insert new edges, which might actually be a bit quicker. I'm not sure. But yes, I'm gonna pause for that, but you can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including this one. So I'm going to get them on the top half here. I'm just going to get an even distribution, and then just round this this thing out a bit. You know, it's at the moment it's quite. Let's see how well it's lining up with the. Yeah, you can see it's a bit on the outside here, so that's obviously something we're going to start just picking it in a bit as well. So I'm gonna pause, and I'll be back in a minute. But what I will do in that time is just to space these edges out in the orbit here, and you can see we're getting a lot more eye geometry now. So so when I come back, we'll maybe just put a few more loops in to hold the eyelid, and then we should be pretty much done with the eyebrow area. So okay, so I'm back, and you can see I've just started to move this whole arc here with the vertices moving forward. So it's getting better. It's not there exactly, and you can see I've also started to shove everything in towards the center here. So you know, I want to keep picking at this. It's not done, but I just want to finish a few things in this part before we move on. So first thing that I want to look at is that I want to just give you a rough idea of where we are in terms of the image planes, because that can be quite interesting. So this is basically the lower arc of the eyebrow. So if we go into a smooth view here, you can see it's sort of where we should be. It's getting there, so it might be, you know, worth sort of moving it in ever so slightly, and you know, keep an eye on this outline. It's not perfect between the front view and the side, but you know, just make sure that nothing is sticking out too far at the moment. And also, you know, we should start to push him towards his actual full shape here, because you can see he's looking a bit wimpy at the moment. So we're gonna have to just start pulling this out and then moving things as we get into get them into place. So, you know, this is not going to be the easiest shape to get to. So, but you know, between parts, I'm going to try and widen this in here. So you can see now it's roughly adding up, and you can see this is the slight discrepancy here between got the same thing around here actually. So it's you know, ultimately you're going to have to look at the model rather than the image planes. So, but yeah, you know, just keep going, because this is really the area where we're going to need perfect distribution. So no poles, nothing ugly here, and you know, just try to integrate this. Like I said, it's a bit of an ear shape, so just might actually fit another loop in here, but I want to move everything up first to where it should be, so we'll wait with that. And yeah, you can see what that moving on the smooth mesh did here. So I mean, this is very similar to the leg actually in terms of shape. You know, just move a few and, you know, keep rounding and looking at it from different angles. And also there is some ugliness going on in here. I must have moved this, so you know, we want to, I think what we'll do actually, I think I'll leave this for the next part, because what we want to do is yeah, we want this obviously to sort of form a support inwards here. So the last one is not really so important, but you know, just keep an eye on this so it's not in a complete mess. So this can be tweaked to the end a bit. The thing is, we want to have some thickness going on here, and you know, you can model this more straight if you'd find it difficult to get it right at this angle, because it is quite tricky actually. I must have accidentally moved this whole thing in here. So we can, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna put in another loop here. It will sharpen it a bit and give us something more to work on. I think. Let's just take a look at that with the eye in it. And you know, actually let's get rid of that loop for now. like that. And I'll put that in the end, in the last part, when we do the final eyeball, because I'm a little bit uncertain about how sharp this should be, and also it will actually be easier to see when we've got more loops at the bottom. So yeah, but just be aware of the eyelid there. So yeah, and also this integration of the eyebrow here in the front. Let's take a look at this in the side view and see what's happening here. You can see it's coming out. We need to sort of start pushing this in without getting this ugly bend. His strongest view is definitely not his side view. You know, some people, they just don't look awesome in profile. So it's more of a staging thing. I wouldn't actually shoot him from the side. I mean, obviously he's not going to look like a complete moron, but it's not his best angle. You can see this ear shape coming in here now. It's kind of cute, I think. So we might stick another loop in here, but we're not going to do that right now. And let's also pick this down here. We might look at getting rid of that, but I think that pole might stay. It might not, but yeah, we don't really want any funkiness here, so let's stick in here. We're actually going to just put a loop here for simplicity, and yeah, then keep moving the other loops around, but we can afford one more there. So let's take a look at if we move this forwards, because you know, it just needs to be sort of tucked in here. This pole is a little bit ugly. It's gonna need something done to it, but we're not gonna do that just right now. But we will move things into place first. So the really bad stuff we have just dealt with in this part. So just keep going around the mesh here, tweaking, and get those loops even. And also let's take a look at the muscle here in the muzzle in the front, because it's not really got a lot of shape going on at the moment. And also we're gonna put in some more loops, whoops, because this thing here, you know, roughly the size at the moment doesn't matter so much, because this is gonna be blend shaped as well, so this shape will be quite flexible. You know, if he's upset, obviously he'll be expanding his nostrils. So yeah, just put something, you know, that will allow you to sort of go around and you know, round this. And also this, you know, I'd like to see this sort of integrate better into the actual mesh here. So it's little tweaks. It's gonna make him let's actually see, because I think this is let's take a look at him in the side view. I feel like this is sitting a bit too far. I'd actually like to just move it backwards ever so slightly. So let's do that. Whoops. Let's just see. And yeah, we'll put it there for now. Maybe this will just come out a bit. You see, it will add to his cuteness. He needs a bit of a you can see now the attitude is starting to show. So what else do we need to do? Yeah, I think that is pretty much what we're going to be doing for this part. I just wanted to have, because between parts, yeah, obviously I'm going to finish this upper arc here, and let's add one more loop here, because that will give us something to shape on. You can see it's a lot of geometry that's starting to come, and you see all this we've put at the bottom here. You can start to try and round him out a bit. Basically, his attitude lies in sort of how he's looking forward here, and you know, he needs like pushing in here and some pulling out here. So you know, keep an eye on this, and try and get this lower line here roughly aligned. You can see it's. I'm going to work on that between parts. So when we come back, we can actually look at the inside of the mouth, hopefully, and we're gonna try and lower out the lip here. We're going to sculpt that out. So another thing I'll do just between parts here is I'm just going to try and get even spacing on these faces in here. You know, it doesn't need to be exact, but a bit more. You know, not everything in one corner. So with that said, I hope you've enjoyed this part, and yeah, just keep picking away at your mesh, and you know, try to get a feel for the shape. It's a little bit tricky, and especially this back part here, because I might actually sway him in a bit. We'll see what makes him look funny. Yeah, do delete the history occasionally too. So I will see you in the next part. So thanks for watching. Welcome back. This will be a short part because I want to look at the elbow, and I also want to fix that end gun on the foot. So we'll just do that quickly. So I've tweaked the mesh a bit on the head. You know, I've rounded it out. It took a bit of work, but you know, I haven't put anything that wasn't there before. So you know, you should have something that looks, you know, roughly like this. You know, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like mine, and you know, it will change. But you can see here he's. You know, I've roughly tried to align him with the, and you know, I've widened the cheek here and stuff. So without any more about that, because we're going to get back to the head again in the next part. But for now, let's just fix his elbow here. It just needs a bit of rounding out, and the reason we have this shape here is because, you know, we just want, like with fingers and everything else, we just want some padding for his bend. Obviously this is a hinge joint as well, it doesn't go backwards. So, and you know, we don't want him to look too humanoid, so let's try and make this a bit of a discrete one. And oops, let's grab those as well, and these can also follow, and you know, just getting some shape into that. And we will also just get these a bit closer and just scale them so they come together a bit more. And maybe move this just ever so slightly more. Something, you know, should look something like that. Let's take a look at the smooth, and also let's just pick the front here, and I'm just going to push that in ever so slightly. These ones here. Yeah. And let's put in a few more edges. And you know, you could wait, maybe not quite that far. That will do. And we will add another edge here, and this one we're just going to grab and double click and just scale that out to get a bit more of a sort of wrist shape going. Well, it's something, you know, roughly. He's not a human, he's a dinosaur. So, but just putting in a few edges there. I'm not actually quite sure about this arm. It's the thing I'm actually most uncertain about, what it will look like. So we might need to edit this thing once we go to rig this model, because it's not really set in stone, and you know, he doesn't really have a shoulder. If you look at some cartoons, there's one called Dinosaur Train. It's these humanoid dinosaurs with shoulders. So I want him to be he's a T-Rex. You know, he should have a little thing, but you know, he needs some resemblance. So we'll see how this arm is gonna work out. So yeah, enough said about that. You know, you can round that out more between parts. I want to spend this time on the topology. So this thing here that I forgot about, this n-gon, I looked at this foot. So let's just select some and shift control to add that to the selection, and we will isolate this. So what we're going to do, if you remember, when we attach the toes here, we also created this this sort of arch here. So we're going to use this one now, and we're going to attach this this edge here. And it's not the perfect solution. It will create a bit of extra geometry. We're going to have to go up the leg in the end, but it's all right. It's some things will get a bit better on the foot, so it's got its pluses and minuses. So we'll just attach that there, and we're going to do the same on the other side of the foot here. Just go around that, and like so, and let's just get rid of these edges here, and then shift to just snap that, and just going around the foot here. And actually this is nicer in terms of how the edges are flowing around the foot, but you know, this is the underside of the foot, so I doubt, you know, that it will ever be visible under any circumstances. But hey, you know, if you're keeping it neat, you might as well continue with that. So that is that thing that, you know, once you leave a few tries and the occasional n-gon, before you know it, you've got a mesh that's difficult to edit, and you know, one thing leads to another. So it's you know, deal with things as they crop up, and yeah, spacing. But you know, that's a thing. By now I think you've seen me move around enough edges, so I think you can manage just fine with that. And let's see this one here. Let's delete this. So basically what we have done is that we've taken the n-gon here and we have now moved it here. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to have to put it somewhere, and my solution to this is that we're going to run another edge up the leg here, and you know, it's that thing that it's if you get too many edges in an area, you can always reduce the mesh. I'll show you how that's done in just a moment. So I just want to say here, you have the option here to actually put this loop out here. You know, if you would find that you'd have a wide faces here, you know, that might be an alternative, and then just attach the edge here for a quad. But I'm gonna continue because I think I would rather have it. Here. Like I was saying before, I kind of wanted to split these faces here down the middle, so we'll do that, and it will create the same topology as before. Actually, I'll show you just quickly, and then you can sort of pull that around between parts. But you can see this is exactly what we were doing before with the leg when we added more geometry. Just you can see this is now the new row of faces. So just keep moving that down, and then, you know, same thing. That one doesn't want to. There. Yeah, and then just these edges here will have to be sort of slid over like we did before, going shoved this way a bit. But that takes care of the foot, and also we created that extra loop. And you know, we're not modeling for games, so we're not, you know, mega concerned with the poly count, but you know, there's no point in putting in unnecessary polygons that you don't need. So this will be more than enough to sort of reform the arch here. So that actually gives us I was going to say that gives us a neater thing than what we had before, but I seem to have forgotten this edge here. Let's just bring that back. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I forgot to delete this edge, which was coming up here, which then deleted the wrong edge, and now we should just be able to get rid of that loop. Yeah, and that takes care of that. So the foot is now fully quadded and everything is looking good. So a minor thing there, you know, there is always that thing that if you would in the end have too many loops, you know, something like, you know, these could go if it gets too crowded, but I think this is absolutely fine. So leaving that and moving swiftly along, I wanted to mention quickly before we finish this part that you know, the poly count, because you might be aware of this and you might not, and it's always nice to know. So you know, if you look at the heads up display here, this is the poly count for our dinosaur at the moment, and you can see the face count for this is for half a dinosaur, of course, so 1947. So if we double that over, in case you don't know, this is for all the polygons in the scene. So this is actually the eye that's taking up like 6,000 polygons because it's on smooth at the moment. So, and this is your selected polygons, and here will be your components. So you know, if you have edges selected or something like that, that's what that will be. A few quick things, because I did notice now that, you know, if you have a fully quadded mesh, which is what we should have at the moment, your faces should, you know, your try count should be double of your faces exactly. So in our case that should be 3,894, but we have 3,896 tries, so we have some sort of n-gon going on. So this is a good way to check this, and this has probably happened during a split, you know, that I haven't quite, you know, split at the vertex, so something is unmerged. So, you know, instead of, you know, now going over the mesh, which would be a nightmare, you know, trying to find an unmerged vertex, the quickest way to do this is that you go up to mesh, and we're going to run a cleanup on this mesh. And if you look now, just reset this. If we select matching polygons here, and we select faces with more than 4 sides, this should show us our n-gon, and then we'll apply this. And somewhere here on this mesh, if we just hit F, it will frame it for us, and you can see here it's selected the problem. And you can see here. So this is what's going on. I must have, when I split down here, I must have just done it a bit sloppily. It's easy to fix. So that's nice. Let's just weld those together. And if we look now, you can see we've got 1,947 faces and 3,894 tries. So that means that everything on this mesh is now the way it should be. So it's a good idea, you know, at the end of when you're making something, or, you know, every now and then just do a mesh cleanup just to check what's going on. And I also want to mention the smoothing, because what's happening is when we hit the 3 key, when we go to a mesh smooth in the viewport, Maya actually does subdivide the surface. It's just that we can go back and forth. So if you look at this number here now, when I hit the 3 key, you can see we go from 1900 up to 31,152. So this is actually what the mesh subdivision is at this point, if you would put a proper smooth node on it. So, you know, there's no reason to smooth the mesh while you're modeling it, but I just want to show you so you can see what that actual cage looks like. So we're just going to go up to mesh, and we're going to hit smooth. And you can see it starts at division level 1 here. So if you look in the attribute editor, you'll have this node. You know, like I said before, if you don't delete history, these nodes stay here. So this will just allow us to, we can go back to 0, and let's just do that, and back here. And now you can see this is where we were before. This is our base mesh. So this is our lowest level, and then, you know, going up to 1. And it can be a good idea to save before you do this, because Maya might crash. It happens. Yeah. And now we're up at 7,700 and change, and at 2 divisions. You can see this is actually where our smooth cage is. This is the 31,000 that we had before. So this is actually what the mesh looks like. It's just that it gives us a nice sort of frame. So, but this is basically impossible to edit. As you can see, you see people sometimes, they have gone crazy with their meshes, and they have something like this, and, you know, they're trying to pick vertices and change this. So you never want to work on something like this. And the reason I'm mentioning it is just because at this point, like I said before, if you leave history on when you're making hard surface objects, this can be very, very useful, because you might want to go in and find the bevel node and, you know, edit the bevel. And it's the same thing here, you know, don't delete history if you've ever, if you put a smooth node on your mesh, because at this point, you know, I can just move back and forth, no problem. But if I go in now and I delete the history, this node disappears. So now this mesh is impossible. You know, I can't get it back to the base level, and it's basically destroyed, you know, if you want to make any edits. And also, you know, we do proxy animation and things like this, so you always want to be able to get back to base level. So keep that in mind. If you have a smooth on a mesh, make sure that you don't delete the history. So let me just undo this. I don't really want a smooth on my mesh. So you can see, so now you know what it looks like beneath, you know, what's happening, how the mesh is actually being subdivided. Yeah, final note that I want to mention, because you could have, you know, if you run into trouble where you've done something, you've added lots of resolution, and, you know, you might have gone a bit crazy on the mesh, and you want to get out of trouble. A good way of getting your mesh into shape, or, you know, if you're doing games and you want to reduce the poly count as well, is that you can just go into mesh and you can reduce it. And yeah, if you keep original checked here, we will get a double mesh so we can see what's going on, and you can obviously just select your percentage. So we're going to just reduce this mesh by half, and you can see it will show us what our dinosaur would look like with in this case 929 polygons. So this would be an 1800 polygon dinosaur if we duplicated him over. So that would be very, very low poly. But you can see it's done a pretty good job in keeping the edges. We've got you know, it's obviously you need to edit, you know, some things like here, you know, it's gotten rid of this, and, you know, we've lost everything here in the hand area. But it's you know, it's just worth being aware of that. It's there in case you want to in case you ever want to reduce your mesh. So with that, I'm going to finish this part, and we're going to look at the topology of the head for the next part. We're going to, you know, take a look at there's some problems here in the eyebrow area, and also we're going to put a lattice in and open the mouth here. So I hope you've learned something useful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. So welcome back. We're gonna push on with the head. So, you know, you should have something that roughly resembles this. Like I said, I pushed things around a bit. So I keep doing this between parts because it's really just sort of shoving it, getting it into evenly spaced quads and then shoving it around some more. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to retopologize a little bit more around the eyebrow area, get rid of the things that are really nasty, and we're going to try and open the mouth as well. So I'm just going to make a start here. You know, we're going to take our faithful old multi-cut tool here, and we're going to cut across here, and we're going to get rid of these edges, and then we're going to cut through here and here, and this loop we will redirect coming down here, and we will get rid of this edge here. So at the moment, you know, we're just going to try and get loops coming between the eye and down to the mouth. So this head is going to take quite a lot of geometry and tweaking to get right. But hopefully we should finish the worst of it in this part, and then there should be another 2 parts left after that. We still have to make the horns here coming down the back, and also we're gonna put in some gums and fix the eye area. So it's a few things left, but nothing too dramatic. So let's just stitch this up here. So I'm just going around and trying to get the right topology in, and then between parts I will do some sculpting. So as well, if we look here, you can see this here is not completely neat. It could cause problems and bulk out, so I'd rather get rid of it. And also we're going to look at this pole here now. Just like before, we're just going to send some loops into the center of the eye orbit here, and then just space them out. So, and this is going down here, and that will allow us to get rid of this, and also grabbing this one, and it's going to look a bit tight here for a moment, but that will shortly clear out. So let's see. Okay, like that. So that takes care of that area, and we'll fix these 2 here in a moment. And let's just look at this too, because if you look here, we've got these large faces, so we can actually afford to put in some more loops and get something that's a bit neater coming down here. So let's just put that there, and let's put this here, and let's take this one down like so, and also this, yeah. Here, and let's delete these, and okay, so we've got 1, 2 loops here and 1, 2 loops here coming down. So let's look at what we can do with So let's just cut this coming out here instead. And that will allow us to do that, and then they're not right next to each other, which will make it a bit easier to fix that. So let's just go down. You can see these this area here is going to need some more edges coming down. You know, it's a very extreme cheek here, and it's going to need to deform like a big blob. So let's see what happens if we get these here, and I'm gonna take a look and see if we can attach this to the arm. So that one is the front one. So looking at this, because I'm not a fan of this here, it's too much arm, and you know, if you look, because he's not going to have a big shoulder area here, so it is actually better if we can do this, and let's see. That will then require this to come up here, and then this comes here, and let's see how much further back we need. Yeah, we need to go one more. So let's delete that one, and let's just pull this up a little bit so we can see what's going where. And that's in the right place. So that takes care of that for now. And you know, it's going to give us a bit of a better spacing. So let's take this one as well and see if we can put that on the other side of the arm in the same place roughly. Let's just stick that there, and again it's this one. So there, and we will get rid of the center one here. And again, with the multi-cut tool, just split up here, and we're going to come up here and here, and let's just see, deleting this one, and then just taking this one here and this one here. So a bit of a puzzle game again. And okay, so that has fixed that. Let's just see how it looks down here. Yeah, this is better. I didn't really like that big loop there. So a bit of a shaping on this here, which, you know, I'll take a look at in a little while. I'm gonna pause and just pull this around, but that's good. That takes care of that. And yeah, then this thing here is just gonna have to come back, and these loops here will follow. So, but before we do that, let's look at these two as well. they're gonna move forwards here. So let's start with the front one here, and we'll take this and we'll put it. Let's see how far that will go. We're gonna split there and there, I think. Yeah, just put the split in here for now. So there's all this geometry building up here, but this is all gonna move upwards in a minute to shape the lip, which we're gonna need a lot of edges for. So that's all good. It will just look a little bit messy for a moment, and let's see. Okay, so before we put the other one down there, let's just grab this whole edge ring here, and let's just slide that down. Slide edge tool. Okay. And that should give us enough space to run this one too. Let's just move some stuff over here on the head, and like that. And I'll just take this one too, and we'll put it just following the same path down here as this other one. And just moving along. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, that might have been a bit ambitious in how far it would go, like so. Okay, and let's just look at this corner here, and that should take care of that for now. And let's just cut through there. Okay, this is not gonna look very neat at the moment, but we can definitely find a solution for this that's gonna be a bit prettier in a minute. This is just about trying to integrate these loops a bit better, and we're at the back of the head, which is probably one of the best places. If you're going to have anything ugly on the mesh, it should go there. So I'm just going to pause for a moment, because what I'm going to do now is that I am just going to slide these out a little bit more, and also just move this back here. So just space these edges here, so we get a little bit more of an even distribution. So I took a small pause, and I've gone around the mesh and just spaced all this out, and you can see here I've just left it like it was and just tried to create a sort of loop formation going around the cheek here in the back, so it looks the same otherwise. So if we take a look just quickly at what it looks like in the side view, can see that it might be a bit extreme coming out here now, this part here, but you know, this will change and stuff, so this is just about tweaking the mesh. So we have made a bit of a mess of the actual eye. You can see it's become quite small, so we're going to have to fix fix this eyelid in the next part. But for now, let's just put in a few more loops, and then we're going to open the mouth. So back to the multi-cut tool, and we'll just get a bit more of an even division going on here. Put in those two, and let's just move this in a bit for some more even spacing here. And we've got some space for maybe another loop will come here. And also we're going to put something in here to divide the bottom. So let's see, we're going to cut up here and put another loop in here, holding down Control, just roughly there, and attach that. And the final thing here, let's just go down this one. So this will give us enough resolution to build out our final shape here. And then, yeah, this is going to be a bit wonky, but you know, this is at the very center, so we're going to merge the second half here. So this is going to probably open up some possibilities. Just taking a look at that. So that leaves enough to fix with and tweak in between parts here. And the final thing we'll do now is that we're going to open the mouth, and that will conclude this part. So let's just see, we're gonna, yeah, before we do that, let's just put in one more loop actually. Let's put one here. And if you look, you can see this this here as well. We'll take care of this in the next part, because this is just sort of slammed in here at the moment. And just looking at this here, is a bit square, so you know that means that sort of this end here is going to have to move inwards a bit. So you're just going to have to shove a bit on it and sort of move things along. And yeah, but you can see he's looking pretty round now, and now pretty much all our loops are in now. So now it's just a question of starting to tweak this. So in order to be able to do that, we're gonna select all this stuff at the top here, just above the center loop at the mouth, and just Control Shift and just add this here too. And let's check this in perspective. So we have what we want, and you know, make sure none of these bottom ones are selected, because then when we pull the top up, they're gonna come along. And also deselect this loop here. Okay, so that's looking right. So let's create a lattice deformer. If you look here in the animation modeling set, you will find an animation deformer thing here, and just select lattice, and that will attach that here. And if we take a look in the attribute editor, I just want to show you quickly, because these can be used to sculpt out the mesh as well. We're not going to do that here, but it's It's nice to know. If we look at the lattice shape, you can see you can add divisions here, and then you can do, if you go into to lattice point, that will give you points on the mesh or on the lattice, and then you can sort of select that, and that's going to push your mesh around. So, but let's just get that back to the simple one, and what we're going to do is that we're going to freeze the transformations on this, just so everything is at 0, because we're going to set some keys now. So if you look at the time slider down here, just set it to 1, and if you just hit S on the keyboard, that will you can see this has gone red, so that means that it set a key on every attribute there, so that's good. So then we're going to move this down to 2, and now we will move the lattice, and the mesh will move along with it. And and make sure you don't have anything at the bottom here coming along. And E, and let's rotate that back a bit. And now he will look slightly retarded, and let's move that back a bit further. And also a tip is that you should probably save your mesh before you put this lattice on, because in case something goes wrong, it's nice to be able to go back. If you delete history on this mesh now and you're in this position, you will lose the ability to go back. So just something to keep in mind there. So again, let's just press S here, and we've got another key there. And you can see now we can just flip between these positions here, and actually I want one more because I want the mouth sort of wide open. So let's go to number 3, and again let's just rotate this wide, and you can see his roar is coming along here, so this will be good. So just hit S again, and that will give us a few modeling positions here. So now we can go around in the mouth and start tweaking that. So what we're going to do, because we don't really want this lattice visible here in the viewport, so if you just go up to show and deformers, that will get rid of that. And then to move this, we just move along on the timeline. So that pretty much concludes this part. One thing I wanted to do just before we finish is that I want to take a look at the inside here, because we're gonna extrude this down, because we want some sort of cavity formation, same thing as we have for the nose here. So when you look in, so I'm just going to quickly do a small extrusion on this, just coming down and just trying to dip this in here. So let's see if we can do that a bit quickly. So let's center that extrusion, and then we will just go back in here. Moving down, and let's widen that a bit more, and let's see if we can also rotate those faces. Cute. And let's just deselect these outer 2 and just G to extrude this again. And this is a bit finicky, because we're trying to get this to fit into inside the body here, so it's going to take a bit of tweaking. How this looks is not so important. It's just that we want some we don't want people to look in and then it's not going anywhere when he's roaring, so we're going to work a bit more on this. But let's just see if we can rotate those a little bit again. Down. And Let's go and look at these vertices and, you know, just shove this over and fiddling around a bit. And let's delete these inside faces here as well. So let's just check that quickly. With our new mouth opening device here. And let's see, what is this? Just some small inside faces there. So yeah, you get an idea of how this is gonna work. And yeah, this is gonna have to get deeper. And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna start to gradually move this whole area here is gonna start to come down. So, you know, we're just gonna push these vertices down, following this line here. So we get like a proper mouth cavity, and then that will make space for gums and teeth coming along here. And again, it's quite nice because with this topology that we have going here right now, we're not really going to have any issues with inserting loops and stuff to build this area out. So it's a pretty neat way of getting the mouth open with a lattice, rather than trying to rig it and put in joints and stuff, because, you know, this way we're just going to be able to delete the lattice in the end, and we'll have what we want. And we can just turn that eye off. So yeah, you can see that, you know, we're gonna need some extra loops on the inside here for his giant roar. So this is to hold the mouth open. Obviously, this is an extreme deformation, so we'll look at that. And yeah, I think I'm gonna put just one loop in. I want to put one loop in here before we go. Just gonna see where that will actually go. Let's just take a very quick look. Okay, it's gonna go up. You know what? We'll just look at that in the next part when we come back. So yeah, it's quite funny. If we play the timeline here, can't really see much of the. But yeah, there we go. So he is ready for the final tweaks, and then it's just the horns left and the gums. So it's looking pretty good. So also we'll be able to close the mouth now and build the lip area properly. So we will look at that in the next part. So I have enjoyed making this part, and I hope you've learned some useful things, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. This will be the final part of this tutorial. We're going to finish off the mesh here, and you know, we'll come back in you know, one more part, and I'm going to show you how I did the gums, because I'm not going to have time for that here. So, but you know, we're going to make an eye. We're going to make horns, or you know, I'm going to make the first horn, and then, you know, you'll just go down and do them between parts yourself, and we'll make some final topology changes here. So I've just rounded out the mesh. I inserted one division, one edge is going here, and you see I've started to try and create a flow. You know, it will make for better deformation, so I'm trying to sort of get this, you know, when the mouth moves up here, it compresses with the eyes. So you can see you want these sort of, like I said before, we're trying to follow muscle. You know, now dinosaur muscle might not be the most accurate thing, but yeah, you want something like this. So again, if your mesh doesn't look, you know, like mine, I've tweaked it quite a lot. Also, you know, again, I'm going to put in edges now, so I'm going to basically destroy what I've done, and I'm going to have to redo it again, because that's what you do in organic modeling a lot of the time. So let's just dive in. You see, we have one pole here, and to be honest, I think you could actually just leave it, because I don't think it's a big problem. You know, we have these ones here holding the eyebrow. Obviously, they're essential. But you know, because it's a tutorial, I'm going to show you how to get rid of it, and then you can decide yourself. It's a bit of a convoluted solution, and also it adds quite a lot of extra edges. So you know, now we're not modeling for games. You know, you shouldn't go crazy with your loops, but you know, we don't really need to worry. And you know, he is actually fairly low poly. And the nice thing, like I've said, you know, if you're keeping everything quadded, is that you always have the option to just come in and reduce it at any time. So let me just see, because it's not really an obvious solution, and you know, we're going to create some new poles as we go here. So let's just see. Let's try this route here. And like I said, you know, it's quite a bit of work and thinking for getting rid of a pole that I don't actually think is a massive massive problem as such. So let's just see now. Okay, so we redirect down here, and you know, this is the final part of the puzzle. No more puzzling after this. I have one more puzzle thing in the mouth, but after that we are done. So let me just think about this here. Actually, let's delete this edge, and that takes care of the front here. And yeah, that's actually it. We're gonna put in another loop here as well. You know, it's depends a little bit what kind of topology you have, and you know, how short you want to make this muzzle, because if you shorten it, you could probably get rid of it, but I don't really want any big faces here. So and let's just finish this one off here. So you see, now it gets a bit crowded in here again, but that's not really a problem at all. You know, you can just shove things over it as usual here, and let's just see if we can. I was hoping to get rid of one of these things here, which I cannot do right now. So let's do that in here. And I have just cleaned up this orbit, and now I'm gonna have to go and I'm gonna have to fix it again. I'll show you in a minute what I've done here, because we're gonna make the eye. So okay, that gives us a bit of a better situation. I was hoping to cut through here though, so let me just think. Yeah, let's put in these loops here. Let me just see, this might not work. I had a plan, but I seem to have gone around it a little bit different, which is not a problem. You see this edge here, this one could quite easily, you know, we could run this one down and terminate it somewhere in the mouth if it was a problem. But I have a plan for it here. So I'm just going to see, I'm adding these divisions here just because I think these faces are a bit wide. So, you know, I might just end up getting rid of them again. But what I'm trying to do is just get some more, because you know this is where he's going to be wrinkling his eyebrow, so I want quite a lot of geometry here. So you know, adding some more loops here, and obviously again with spacing. Yeah, and we haven't really touched this. You know, there's no rocket science to it. You know, shorter it is, the cuter he'll be, and the angrier I think he'll look. So you see this here. This is my idea of a sort of wrinkle coming through between the eyebrows when he gets grumpy. I think it could be quite funny. You see, I'm trying to get this sort of loop here. So, but I'm not entirely sure but I think it will look good. So, but you know, you have to be prepared to that when you go to rig something. You might need to make minor edits. Obviously, if you had to remove a whole arm or something, this would be bad. But you know, small things like that. Okay, yeah, we haven't really created any problems with that, so I think we'll leave that in for now. And you know, the nice thing here is you can just come in and you know, delete the edge. There's no problem. You'll keep quads, and then you know, it's just going to be the same as when we had all the edges here. These are going to have to be slid through the orbit a bit better, and maybe lose one or two of them. You know, they work independently, so you know, just like on the leg as well, you know, it's possible to lose loops if it becomes too busy. So I think yeah, that is enough for that. So you can see that has cleaned out this area, so now we have nothing nasty going on here. But you know, we have inserted quite a bit of stuff to get rid of that, so that's the price you pay. So with that done, let's just fix let's fix this. These are very wide here, so I'm just going to put 2 loops through here, one here and one here. And you know, we haven't really done any shaping here, so it's still it's pretty rough. You know, it's but the thing is, I mean, he will morph when you have blend shapes and stuff on him here, and he's moving into different poses. So you know, it doesn't need to look perfect in the modeling pose. So let's do this too. So sometimes the easiest way, like here, you remember in the last part we put all these things in here. The easiest way is just to get rid of everything and just have a sort of fresh start, which is what we're going to do. So we're going to do this, and you know, it's not going to be perfect, but it is at the back of the head, so I don't think, you know, we're ever going to be shooting any close-ups of this area. And even if you were, I think this topology is just fine. So that you know, that tidies that up a bit better. And you know, if you want to hide ugly stuff, you know, under the foot or there would be sort of good places to do it. So let's see. This area here is a bit wide, so we're going to need a loop to come through here. So that one's probably going to shoot all the way up the face. So it depends how much space you have here. I'm just going to put that in. And you can see this is why it's nice if you have if you've taken some time to sculpt things in, or you know, move things into place. We're not really sculpting; it's still a base mesh. But because it will make things easier to move around. So let's see, let's get rid of this on the body. So let's just control and deselect this, and yeah, those can also go. So let's delete that, and we'll just send this this thing here. Let's see where we're going to put that. We'll just put that here. You know, again, it's under the mouth, and you know, that will give us one loop up here, which I think we can afford, like so. And you know, this area here is he's you know, if you think about it, he's got like a bit of an overbite at the moment. So you can decide, you know, here what you want to do. You know, you can pull this out or you can pull it in. I'm actually thinking that the whole dinosaur at the moment is a bit too wide, so I might just scale him in. So let's just see. I think that takes care of everything I wanted to insert and fix with. So that's sort of the final loops that we have to work with. And like I said, you know, I might lose one or two along the way if it gets too busy. So let's look at the mouth here. I want to show you just quickly, because if you look at the area, I don't know if I mentioned that in the last part, but you know, if you look at how the area loops here, you know, you can put in loops without any problems. They're going to loop around the mouth here. You know, only up here do they start going backwards. So, you know, I said this allows you to put in as many loops as you want to without, you know, creating extra edges and stuff. And this is one of those nice things about having a tidy mesh. So I want the same structure on the inside here. You can see I've just spaced things a little bit neater since the last part, and also I've started to extrude this down a bit more here. You know, this is just pushing and shoving things around really. So I want to move it more now because I'm going to move the whole mouth cavity up and down here. So, but yeah, we'll look at that in just a second. But for now, you know, I want the same ability to insert loops on the inside of the mouth as I have on the outside. And if you look, because if you look here now, it's going to easily go around here, looping round. Let's just hold down Control, and you can see this is great. And now I'd like this loop to continue through this row of faces on the upper side too. But at the moment it doesn't. You can see it goes up the side of the mesh here. So we're going to have to fix that. Because that will give us the same independent inside of the lip as well. So the way we'll do this is just that we are going to cut through here. Like so. And you can see at this point, because we created a try, it's strangling the mesh there. So it's not moving up at least, but you know, now it's not going where we want to either. So if we just put one more in here, and you know, this is not going to look completely neat, but you'll get the idea of where I'm going. You can see now it moves along this line on the inside of the mouth too. So let's just take a quick look at that because it's a bit difficult to see. Let's do some pushing and shoving here. Let's just move this down, because we're going to have to create a second loop like this. So, because that gives us the first one, you know, going neatly here with the multi-cut tool. But you know, if we look at, because I'm going to split this lip here, the second one is still looping up, so we're going to have to just put one more of these in. So we get two of these rings. So again, I'm gonna cut a triangle at the top here, and it's getting very, very busy, but you know, it's just spacing. So that again strangles that there, and then we quad that, and that will give us a second loop in here. And you can see now it travels inside the mouth. So, you know, this is a bit of an overcourse because, to be honest, I think in most cases, you know, making the inside of the mouth is going to take a lot of extra work. So, you know, if you got this far and you're happy with your dinosaur, you know, the only reason you'd make this is because you want a roaring dinosaur. And I'm going to pass this over to somebody who's very childish, and you know, he really wants a roaring dinosaur, so we're making the inside of the mouth in this tutorial as well. You know, it's not that much work, but you know, it does mean inserting gums, teeth. So it's quite funny to do, though. I mean, it's definitely a lot more interesting than a lot of other things, you know, with mesh topology and stuff. But it's and you see here goes the second loop. So yeah, sorry, I don't want to bore you to death with my inefficient pushing and pulling here, but yeah, you know, and then just keep moving these down until you get even spacing here, and that takes care of that. So we've got 2 loops on the inside here, going around perfectly. So now I'm going to show you why we want that. So I'm going to put in 1 loop here just to hold this edge, and then I'm going to just select all these faces here going around. Yeah, I think there's you know, if you have problems selecting faces through the whole face, there is a thing in the settings, because this is very snappy and it's very easy to select things on the side and behind, so always check it. But I think there's a setting where you can just select by center. It gives you a center dot, and then you don't really have this problem. The disadvantage to that is that it gets a bit more difficult to select things, but yeah, so like so. And now I'm just going to show you, because I'm going to do this in a little minute, but you know, I'm going to start just moving this down, and obviously I'm going to do it a bit neater so it follows a sort of rounded shape here, and you know, I'll do the same on the upper part of the mouth cavity, just going in the other direction. So let's just put a smooth on this, and you can see now this is actually what we'll make for the lip here. So you know, at this point you can go around the lip area. You know, this will allow you to build out the lip. You know, do whatever you want to here. Start pulling some stuff out, and you know, like I said, you can, you know, pull things up here, insert more divisions, you know, to get a bit of a fat lip and stuff. But yeah, so I'm going to gradually lower this, and what will happen then is that this row here is where we're going to put gums that I will show you in the next part. You know, I'll go over how I built them. They're going to be a separate structure actually, because that makes them resolution independent, and you know, there's a few reasons I'll show you in a minute. But yeah, so that pretty much concludes you know, the basic mouth. And you know, like I said, unless you wanted this dragon to roar, it is quite a bit of work, and you know, it's going to require texture painting as well, and or dinosaur. He will be quite a funny dinosaur even without it. And I want to show you as well, because if you look at this loop here, yeah, I have these for opening and closing the mouth, and this loop here is put in specifically for the purpose of this roar, because what this can actually do is that it can allow, if we just go into edge mode, you know, we're going to be allowed to sort of round the, you can see it will give me just enough to sort of round the mouth out here. So if you move this, be careful. I forgot it a minute ago and I had to go back. But yeah, and I mean, obviously you could have many loops here, but the problem would then be happening at the back. You know, you'd get a very crowded thing going on here. So I think 1 is sort of enough. You can slide that up and down. So yeah, that concludes the mouth. So let's take a look at how to make horns, and then we'll look at the eye, and then that will conclude this part. So let's close this giant roar here, and let's just take a look at horns. It's going to be, you know, pretty similar to making claws, and they are going to be a separate structure. So let's just look at the reference and see roughly where we want to put this first horn. And you know, it's same thing here. You know, you can make him, you can make sharp little horns, or you know, round. You know, roundness will make for cute character, and the sharp ones will make for sort of mean character. So I would say use the same style of claws. You know, if you have big round claws, you want sort of rounded little horns. And if you have sharp claws, you probably want sharper horns. So we're just going to put the first one in. I think here will be good. So the way we'll do this is just again, multi-cut tool, and let me think, because we're gonna model half the structure. So let's just do this, and oi, could be a good idea to finish that. And you know, this is going to be a little bit fiddly again, because you know, you're going to have to move around him and make sure that he's looking good. And you know, it's because the horns are going straight on here, it's obviously a question of trying to make them you know, chunky enough. So it's you need a wide enough loop of faces going around here. So I'm just going to create an instance, actually, because it's a bit difficult to envision this without a second half. So we'll do that, and now you might get the roundness here. So wow. Yeah, let's just try for that now. So, and let's just select these two faces here, and we're going to just extrude these, yeah. And wait, I accidentally deselected that one. So let's do this and extrude again. And you know, this is same kind of structure as the claws. So you know, just move it up once. Wait. And I'm just going to check in the front view, because I'm not quite sure how tall I want this. So, and again, going up. I could help to align these vertices before you do this. You might get a bit more of a yeah, you know, roughly. And one more final one, I think. Oi. And that should take care of that. Let's see what we have. Okay, good. So let us delete these. I'm just going to get rid of this again for a moment, so I can see what's going on. And now we'll just get rid of these inside faces. And what we're going to do with this horn is that we're going to separate it. So, because what we'll do is that then we'll create a skin fold, and you know, we'll sort of make a chunky structure and just put it inside of that. So let's extract these faces like so, and then we're gonna let's just look at the outliner here, and let's just ungroup this stuff here for now. Ungroup, and let's get rid of the history, and let us select these vertices. And it's quite funny, you know, I've been going around. I'll just do it on this as well here. You know, I've been going around and going from edge to vertex ring. It's actually a new feature in Maya 2016. I just discovered it by accident. That if you hold down shift and double click on the second one, it will select the whole vertex ring, just like it does with the edges, which is quite nice. Whoops. And obviously now we have put those there, so we're going to have to deselect those before we do that. And like so. Good. And let's do the same thing for this half horn. I'm just going to duplicate this over now. So we will select. Wait, I'm not selected all the whole thing around there, like so. And let's go to 0. You see, this is why it's just nice to be on the origin. It makes it really quick. So object mode, and we're going to use the duplicate special, but this time we're just going to make it a copy, and we'll apply that. Okay, so let's go back to the modeling and mesh combine. And you know, if you have your you can actually just go merge vertices. Not there, but you should just be able to do this. Just do a merge, and it should automatically do it for you. You know, this is a bit flaky sometimes, but you know, it's quicker. Sometimes it's better to go around and just pick individual ones. Let's just do a test to see that actually worked. Yeah, it worked fine. So it's just a quick way to get two halves together. You know, this is how we're going to merge the mesh itself. And you know, that's beginning of a horn. You know, you might want to, you can see it's same structure as the claws, really. So let's look at this as well quickly, because what you want, you know, you want to inlay this a bit better into the mesh here. So I'm gonna put another loop around here, and let's just move that up a bit. No, it's just once again sort of a pulling thing with and then let's extrude this edge too a little bit, so we get one more division here. Let's not do that. Oops, picking the wrong edge. That's what you get for trying to do something quickly sometimes. So there we are, and let's extrude that. And you know, we'll just pull that straight down. You can just scale that in a bit. You know, you can dip it into the horn here. It's you know, you just don't want a visible hole, and then it's just going around here, and you know, until you get something that you're happy with. So you know, and you can add some more loops in here if you want some more. You know, this is probably not going to be a very visible area, so you know, we're not going to zoom in on his horns a lot, I think. So I wouldn't put too much time into it. So that's basic structure there. I'm going to put in another loop for that one. Whoa. And let's just select that edge, and let's scale that out a bit, and let's do the same here. Scale this in, And yeah, that looks better. You know, so something like this dipping in will do the trick. So that should take care of that. And you can see it's not exactly aligned with the image plane here. And you know, I might want to make that a bit bigger. But you know, just go around and sort of roughly, you know, I don't have so many on this image. I might put in a few more or a few less. You know, just be careful. You know, here I wouldn't put one in sort of right here because it's where the neck meets the head. So you know, if he wants to bend his head down, you know, this is not the best place for a horn to be sticking out. But yeah, so I'll show you when we come back. You know, I'll finish my horns and we can just take a look at it before we merge the mesh over. So also, final thing I want to look at, we're going to look at the eye quickly, and that will sort of conclude this part. So let's just look at the eye quickly. What happened is, I'm sure you experienced the same thing, but my eye basically looked like a dog's breakfast after you know, sliding all these loops around. You know, we built a basic eyelid quite early. So what I actually did, was that I went in and I just deleted these 3 rings of faces here, the ones coming in, and then I just re-extruded them inwards because it was just messy, and you know, sometimes it's just easier to start over than trying to pull when you get these many things. So I think I'm actually going to do the same thing again here, because these edges here will have to be sort of slid along to make up for the topology we inserted here. But yeah, it's not really anything tricky to that. And also I have created an eye here. I just used the sphere that we already had, and I created an inner eye and an outer eye, which, you know, I think I'll just show you in the beginning of the final part just how to do this. But it's basically just 2 spheres. This one, you know, this is the pupil obviously, and then you put a second shell around it. So I'll put a slightly transparent material on this, and then I have tweaked, you know, between parts here to get this to fit. You know, this is a very tricky fit because the eye is so big. So I've basically just been looking at it in the front view here, and you know, let's go to the smooth mesh. And you can see the arch here. You know, I'm not entirely happy with it at the moment, and I'm not quite sure. You know, the eye might need to get a bit bigger. I also moved this. You know, I can see I moved it into place a bit better here. If I select I just put them on layers to make it easier to get hold of them, because it gets quite tricky when you have an outer and an inner one. So, you know, this is just about pushing it. You know, what's important about this eyelid is that you know, you want it to be able to close and open. So that is why we have as many edges here as we do. And you know, the final thing I want to do to the eyelid is that I just want to put in a couple of loops here to sharpen the actual edge itself. So because now it's you know, just something to grab it with. So sort of 1/3 in there, and on the other side too. You know, this is the outermost, and you can see that gives a bit of a better, definition of, and also, you know, it gives you something to pull on. You'll see this better if I turn off the wireframe. You can see that might be a little bit sharp. But you know, if we turn on the eye in here and just stick that to reference, and then, you know, it's a pulling game again. So, you know, I'd start by you know, trying to get these out. But like I said, I wouldn't do this until I had this final spacing clear here, because it's just gonna have to be redone. But you know, on normal, I was going to say on normal characters, but no, but on humanoids, yeah, you would have a bit of a tear duct or something that you'd model in here. But you know, he just has one big round eye, so it's You know, it's a bit of a tweak to get this to fit right. So, but yeah, I wanted to conclude that part here, and yeah, that horn is looking a bit odd. Let's quickly do a duplicate special just to see what we have. And yeah, you can see that is what he looks like right now in all his glory. So, you know, I'm gonna do my final tweaks, and yeah, I'm gonna widen that horn a bit. You know, just make you can just, you know, pull on the loops around here too, and yeah, I think I'll make it a bit bigger. And, you know, it's up to you what you find easier, because then, you know, going down and cutting holes, you know, you can either just have one horn that you duplicate, you know, and just keep moving it down, or, you know, you can make a new horn for each time. Yeah, that is really not very successful. I can see that now in the front view, that it needs some widening at the bottom here. So, but yeah, but this is tweaks. So. And yeah, also, you know, I think he might be a bit wide. You know, I'm followed the reference here, but I think some narrowing might be, you know, I might pull him in a bit. We'll see. I'm gonna have a look at that. So, but yeah, I'll be back in the next part. You know, when I've tweaked the final things. I still have that toe there. That's not looking, you know, completely all right. And I'm going to build the gums, and I'll show you how to make a tongue as well, and I'll show you how to make this eye, and that will conclude this tutorial. So, you know, I want to say well done for making it this far, and I hope you've enjoyed this project. And you know, like I said, at this point, you know, with the model, you can do a lot. You know, you could it's a pretty standardized manga design. So, you know, you could quite easily turn him into other animals, you know, crocodiles, hippopotamuses, you know, pull out a little ear here. So, you know, you can make something different if you fancy that, you know, after suffering through all this topology. So thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you when I'm back in the final part. Welcome back. This will be the final part of this tutorial, and we're going to start off by creating the eyeball. So I'm just doing this in an empty scene here, and then it can just be imported in, or you can use the sphere that's already on your character. So the way we're going to do this is that we're going to create an inner and an outer eyeball, which is a fairly common way of creating eyeballs in Maya. So first off, we are working in all quads, so let's just get rid of a few of these edges here. Just take every second edge, and that should quad out this ball here, like so. And we will duplicate this over. And, you know, you can delete the back faces of this eyeball, because obviously the back of the eye won't be visible. But, you know, in case you'd want to pop the eyeball out or something, you know, for now I'm just gonna keep it the way it is. So because this is the final part as well, let's start looking at just naming things. So I'm gonna just call this outer eye, and this will be left, and I'm going to add geo for geometry in the end. And, you know, this is the naming convention that I use. You know, the main thing if you're working with yourself is just to use something that you understand, but, you know, you should always keep things sort of named and tidy. So there we go. So let's take a look at this in the side view here. And we're just going to create the inner eye here. So we will select these three here, and I'm just going to flatten those like so, and also move them back a bit like there. And what we'll get here is that we're going to get the pupil in the center here, and then we're going to get the iris coming around it. So I'll just use the multi-cut tool here and holding down Control. I'm just going to add a few more edges, just splitting these polygons in half here. It will just give us some more resolution and some more things to play with. And these ones here, so this is the area of the pupil. This area we're gonna extrude, and let me just take a quick spin. Always worth checking. And we'll center the extrusion, and we'll move in and like so, and we'll repeat that. And just push this back like there, will be fine. And let's do one more, just pushing it back, just to hold the back here. And one more. Just gonna scale that in. And like so. And let's just do a final one, and like there. And let us see, let's just cut this in the middle here, and let's just try and round out this edge here. It's not really an exact science. So like so, and we're gonna just scale this in ever so slightly, and then this one here can follow. Just move this back. We'll do the same to this one, and finally this one. So you should have something that looks roughly like this, and that will make for our inner eye. Just giving that a slight rounding. Okay, so that's good. So now the outer eye. This one here, what we're going to do, the reason we're doing this is because you see the pupil and the iris will be here, and this will basically be the outer cornea, the shiny area. So this will be transparent, and what this will do is basically catch any highlights. So this is sort of what will bring that speck of life into the eye. So let's jump back here into the side view, and we will grab these rings here, and we're just going to move this out. You see, so we get something like this. And we're going to do pretty much the same thing as we did before here. So we're just going to insert a few more edges. This will basically be the corner here, so let's just scale that out, and maybe this one ever so slightly, like so, and we'll put another loop in just to split this down here, and just pushing that out ever so slightly as well. And let's just see, and then we'll take this and we're just going to slide this one here a bit in, because I think we can push in one more edge here. So, and we'll slide this out here, and that will allow us one final one here. And that should give us a sort of rounded front coming out here. If we look at this, something, this might be a little bit steep, yeah. So finally what we will do is that we're going to take this and we're going to scale this up just ever so slightly so it comes on the outside of the let's just see. Just so we have it lying sort of around here. So this is good. So I'm just gonna give this a different material just so we can actually pick the inside and the outside. So I'm just gonna put a Lambert on there and just right click and material attributes, and then we'll just make that transparent. And this is gonna allow us to see, and we can just call this just for good practice. And finally we should be able to just set this back to 0 here, and there we go. There we've got our inside and our outside eye. So you can see this here should, because of this sort of angled roundness here, should be able to pick up some specular highlights. So if we just take a quick look here, what we'll do is we'll select these two and we'll just hit Control G to group them, and then we'll just call them eye, left, and again geo, and for tidiness. And then you can just duplicate that group for the second eye. And also what we should do is that when we're here we should freeze the transformations on both of these. So freeze transformation, and also just delete the construction history like so. And let's do that for this one too. So in case then you move something and it goes slightly off kilt, you can just 0 out all the coordinates and it will go back to where it was, so you won't have any problem. So yeah, so that takes care of the eyeball. So if you want to make it like this and just bring it into your scene, just instead of saving this and then importing it, just make sure you select it and just export selection, because this will give you a clean scene, so it won't save out all the cameras as well. So you'll just have the actual geometry, and then you can just go file import and bring that into your scene. So with that done, we'll move on to back to the model again. So back where we left off with the dinosaur, there were just two things I noticed between parts that we should finish quickly. So one thing is this sort of brow furrow thing here. I just want to move this up one step, so I'm just quickly going to go into edge mode, and let's just select these here, and we will delete them. And with the multi-cut tool, we will just put this up here instead. And attach that here, and you can see that causes, actually we get two poles that are right next to each other here, which is not ideal. So we're gonna also actually get rid of these things here and just run these edges down instead. So this one will connect here, and this one will go down here, and this one will go down here. And then we'll just run those out here where the nostril is, and that will give us, you know, a little bit more to pull and push on here to round it out. But that is basically the head down. So yeah, you can see this is yeah, this is a bit sharp here. I'll show you in a second, because we should go over the whole model as well with a smooth brush before merging it, just to sort of round out any unevenness and get things. So yeah, so that is sort of the final face there. And let's look also, I missed this part here, which is under the leg. You can see this is quite ugly here at the moment. These faces are very wide, and even if it's under the leg, it could cause some problems when he moves around. So we're going to do something about that too. So again, with the multi-cut tool, let's just cut in here like so, and We'll delete these two edges here. That should allow us to come in and create one more cut here. And you know, the occasional pole that's located here under the mesh is not really a big deal. You know, just make sure you don't have those sort of very long quads, because they could definitely cause some trouble. So let's just see what I was thinking here. Gonna go out and go around this leg and terminate that there, and then we will push this up here, and you know, just trying to get these things here a bit more even. And I'll show you as well with the tail in a second, because one thing I forgot to say in the last part was that we obviously need to cut in some more divisions before we put in the horns. So let's just take a quick pan there. Yeah, perfect. So we're gonna put this one here, and we'll terminate that like so, and this should then allow us, if I am correct, to delete this whole loop here, and we should have a fully quadded solution, which we appear to have. Yeah, good. And you know, again, this might need a tiny bit of spacing here on the leg, but you know, that cuts those giant faces there in half, so we're not going to end up with any monstrosities. And also, you know, it gives us a nice place here for the bend. So yeah, so finally what I wanted to say here is just with this tail, obviously we will need to cut it into divisions. So I had a look at this thing with the horns, and the best way to go about it is that, you know, cut out your horns, cut out one like this, and then sort of just place it out and plan this before you start cutting the holes, so you know that you have enough divisions. Because the main thing with the tail here is that in order for it to be able to bend between each horn that you insert here, there needs to be at least one division. It needs something to, because you know, the horn is solid, so it can't deform. So that's the thing, the larger the horns, the less flexibility. But you know, it's a chunky tail, so I've made mine fairly large. So I'm just gonna swap over to my final scene here. And yeah, one more thing I should say, because I still have the mouth open. So if we just take a quick look, because I want to mention the gums, because I have the gums in my final scene, but I just want to show you how I made them quickly. And like I said before, it's a bit of a time-consuming thing. So let's just go and get the drag tool in here. But you know, the way to do this, once you've pushed your mouth down and you know you have something you're reasonably happy with, is just to select these faces. It's just to give you a base to start from. And then under mesh, let me see, I'm looking for duplicate. Yeah, I think, yeah, this one's just a default. So just applying that, this will just duplicate these faces, which if we look here in the outliner, should allow us to just move this out. And you know, again, like before, you know, you'd need to modify the transformations. So I was going to say, just freeze the transformations and, you know, center the pivot. And then here from this, I have basically just sort of reformed the gums. I've extruded these up and created holes in here for teeth. So this is exactly the same as the way we cut in the claws and the horns coming down. So I'm gonna cut over to my final scene, and then we'll look at how the final gums look and the tongue, and that will be the end of this tutorial. So here we are. Here is a final version with gums. So I just want to show you the horns. You know, like I said, you know, I just went down and planned them all out, and then cut, you know, just moved one horn down and kept duplicating it. And you know, like I said, I've left two divisions in between in some places, and in some places one here. You know, just make sure there is something to allow for the bend. So I've included my final scene, so in case there's something that you would wonder about, you can just have a look at the mesh. And I actually, there was a pole here, I got rid of it and just sent these loops down here, but you know, it's strictly not necessary because it's at the back of the head. So yeah, so I wanted to show you also the gums here and the teeth. So let's just turn off this body. I've just created display layers here just for my own sort of reference because I find it easier. So it's but yeah, if we just take this down to base level, and let us see, where are the teeth? They are referenced like so. You can see it's nothing really tricky about it. I'm not entirely happy with this, to be honest. I would consider doing it. I'm not sure I like this sort of sawtooth look. I might do bigger and chunkier teeth, but you know, you need to quit at some point and move on. But you can see it's exactly the same as it is for the back with the horns. It's just hole cut here, and then teeth are just stuck into the gum like this. So final thing here for the body, because I wanted to just show you, you know, you might have some sharp edges. You know, you can see this one here, for example, it's very sharp, and this one here too. So it's always a good idea to go over your whole mesh with a smooth brush once you're happy with it and you're sort of ready to merge the two halves. So in Maya 2016, there is a whole shelf here of new sculpting tools. And what these are is that they're basically mudbox functionality within Maya. So they allow for high-res sculpting. So this is why we haven't really used them. There's Autodesk have a few videos online, you know, they will show you how to make details in clothing and a few things like this. So it's very useful. So if you're on an older version of Maya, you will be able to have a basic push and pull brush, which is what this is here. You know, this one is it's nice to pull out basic shapes and stuff. You could definitely use it on the muzzle if you wanted some better definition. So it will push, and if you just invert it, it will pull instead. So, and also you have the smooth brush, which is what we're going to use now. So this one is basically just going to smooth out the mesh, and what it does is that it actually, you know, it reduces differences between the vertices. So you should save your mesh before using it, because you know, you might end up brushing out stuff and not be that happy with it. But this brush can also be accessed, I think it's under Edit Mesh in Maya 2015, and it goes all the way back to Maya version 5, I think, the Sculpt Geometry tool. So it's got a smooth brush setting as well. So the way to work with this is that, you know, we are going to, let me just go back here and make sure I have the mesh selected. So we're not brushing on the teeth, and let's go back to this. And if you use the B and your left mouse drag, this will actually allow you to resize the brush. You can see in our case here, it's giant, and or the dinosaur may be quite small actually. But you can see that's adjusting the size interactively up here. So, and then, you know, depending on what strength you want to brush at, you know, it's you can see it's pretty high for now. So, and it's stuff like this here, because you can see inside the mouth, I've been pushing down this this area here. So this is definitely the kind of stuff that's much faster to smooth out with a brush like this one. So, you know, you might want to lower the strength. So what's nice about this one is because the old Sculpt Geometry tool, if you got close to the edge, it would just pull down your whole mesh. But this one is fairly nice. So, you know, just take a fairly low setting and, you know, just try and go over your model, and you know, do this before you merge the two halves, because once you've merged them, you want to have symmetry, because that will make it easier later, you know, when you're putting weights and rigging it and mirroring things. So it's no disaster if you'd brush it afterwards. You could always, of course, just delete one half and remerge it, but you know, nice to get it right. So yeah, you know, you can just do that and go through the mesh. And like I said, I haven't actually pushed down the mouth here. I have left the lip fairly, I've left the mouth sort of half open to make for easier rigging later. But you know, you can definitely just model this down and get him a bit of a funnier look. So, but yeah, once you've sort of brushed out these things to a point where you're happy with them and you're ready to merge over, let's just exit that tool, and what we'll do then is just like before, shift, and we'll select this vertex ring, and we're just going to make sure once again that we are at the origin. So it's kind of neat with these layers, because they will allow you to turn things on and off quite quickly. So I'm just going to deselect all of these insides of the horn here before we zero this out. And you know, getting this to fit these bits here around the horns, you know, it's as long as they sort of dip in and get some of that chunkiness, it's good. So, and like I said, you know, you might want to make smaller horns, bigger horns, you know, make him your own. And that should do that. So once again, let's go to 0. Let's just double check that. That looks good. And let's go to object mode and up at duplicate special. We will make a copy this time and make sure the scale is set to -1, and we will apply that, and then we will simply do like we've done before. We will select both halves. We will combine them there, and with the model selected, we should just be able to go merge, and you know, with a very low threshold, because everything should be in the same place here. That should be okay. So let's just double check that always, so we're sure that that's merged. And yeah, and that looks fine. So that might, you know, that might create a bit of a sharp edge. Let's just turn off the wireframe for a second. Oh, the wireframe unshaded. Yeah, and you can see now we have these issues here. You know, this edge, you know, he should have been brushed a bit better. He's obviously not smooth, so it's you know, he'll be pretty neat. But you know, you can see here he could benefit from a bit of a smooth brushing, you know, if you want sort of a perfect even surface. But yeah, so that is pretty much that is him pretty much done. So keeping an eye on the outliner here, because you know, you can see I've started to name and group everything. So let's just let's delete the history on this guy, and that takes care of that. And let's name that body geo. And also I wanted to show you the tongue. And I'm gonna have to add him to this layer again, I think. Yeah, good. So yeah, just quickly as well, because I didn't show you the tongue. This is just a bit of fiddling to get this to fit into the mouth, but the tongue here is simply a polygon plane. you know, you won't have any problems doing this now. It's just an extruded polygon plane, and I have put a bend deformer on it just to bend it into shape here a little bit, and then, you know, you just need to puzzle to get it to sort of fit into the mouth. So, you know, for that reason, the lower mouth cavity, for example, will never be visible, so you don't really need to worry about these areas inside of the mouth too much. But, you know, this thing with the gums, it is pretty fiddly, so unless you want them to roar, it's a lot of work. So yeah, the final thing that you just want to check for is, I'm just going to turn the body back on. Yeah, just make sure, one thing you don't want to have on a mesh like this is hard edges, because that will basically, normals will be pointing in the wrong direction and you can get some strange lighting artifacts. So just to check the model for that, just go up to display polygons, hard edges color, and you know, that will show you where they are, and it is easy to fix. If we go under mesh display here and then just hit soften edge, and that will take care of that. So yeah, so that is the end result of this tutorial. I hope you have learned some useful things here. You can see I put my eyes in here too, and I hope if you got this far, you've enjoyed it. I had fun making it for you, and I want to say also that there is a texturing tutorial, which will take him from where we are now to this. So it's done in Mari and it's on the site. So there's an introduction video for it. So you can have a look at that. It also covers the shading with subsurface scattering and lighting in Maya. So here's a funny pose of all three of them as a character. So yeah, thanks for watching, and bye for now.